Alright. And hello, hi. We're back again with some more Ace Attorney. Probably won't be like 8 hours. 7 hours, 8 hours this time around. Because like, obviously we have tomorrow for Ace Attorney as well, so I can split up the case if it ends up being really long. But yeah, let's jump right to it then. Let's jump into it. Let's get right into it. The Return of the Great Departed Soul. I do wonder, like, what, is Kazuma gonna come back again? Or something, like, damn. I don't know how. How would he come back? If he's dead? Or if he's not dead? I don't know. We got, like, yeah, the Crystal Tower, or whatever it's called, thing going on as well.
The grand end of the century great exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah.
Oh, so we're in 1900?
Astonished and delighted people,
or like
of all
1899,
nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
Alright, we're gonna have Sholmes get involved a good deal in this one. Last one, he wasn't. He was, but like, we'll see.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people. The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Hey there, welcome. Hi. We just started. Hello. We just started.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
Okay, yeah. We are in 1899, 1900s.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology, a glimpse into the future. A world first, a demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine!
Alright. Are you gonna be the one who dies? We'll see.
A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
Ah. Alright, that's what you mean.
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Yeah, I think I think he's gonna be the suspect. Like, his machine's gonna be like, oh, it killed someone. And he's gonna be dead. We'll see. This isn't like a, full historical period thing. It's like, it's got other technology stuff. So let's see if it actually works.
From now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
This one, yes. Woo!
Who needs planes when you have this though? Or cars. Alright, I'm guessing his body will end up in the Crystal Tower. Maybe. We'll see. 22nd October, 9:36 AM, Sholmes' suite. You have news. What's up? Runo, are you listening? Oh, sorry, what was that, Iris? What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Oh yeah, I saw. Yeah, I saw. There's a fan translation. There's a fan translation that was released. Unless you mean there's like an official one now. But yeah, I saw like a fan one like a few weeks ago. That came out, like proper fan one, not like machine translated. Yeah, I see. I want to do that maybe at some point, but the mood isn't right now. I feel personally, for me at least, I feel for me the mood isn't. I'm not in the mood right now for that. As in to say the least. The mood isn't right, I feel. So I want to at some point, but we'll see. But yeah. Since it does, obviously it's like important for like Vergilius, the Leviathan story, of course, and with a few other revelations and stuff. But yeah, maybe at some point I'll get to that. We'll see. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again? Today's paper is full of news about the Great Exhibition again. Yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley? Alright, he's down as well. Did you say something, Iris? Oh gosh, you're even more down. When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was here, you know, because breakfast. Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes. For example, your tousled hair this morning, with all its unruly spikes. Clearly it can be deduced therefore that. Let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Hey there, welcome. Hey there. Hi. Oh really? How interesting. Doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Thanks again. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now. 6 months? Since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned. Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley? Did you say something, Iris? Back to moping. Because I wonder, like, how Suzato's gonna come back to Britain as well. We'll see. If she, unless we go to Japan. I don't know. We'll see. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me. I know, and a great exhibition has opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go see it together? I want to, of course I do, but I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. So, you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from? Is that it? I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Anything in this room? I saw like there's like a bunch of like hidden achievements for this game where like if you examine something before it gets like brought up. Like I think like what's it called? I know for like the first game, if you examine the violin Stradivarius, whatever it's called, before it actually gets mentioned in the plot line, There's an achievement for that. But yeah, let's just check with thing. I'm not doing achievement hunting, at least. Event 6 months ago. Alright, cool. Half a year ago now, I took on the... Okay, yeah, I guess to be fair, this is a sequel game. Since, I guess... I don't know what the gap between the release of it initially was in Japan. But yeah, there's a bit of recap of the last game. I took on the defense of a young girl in trial, heard at Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable yet at the same time unforgivable mistake. Yeah, you started threatening with government secrets. Rods fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Yeah, we had to force their hand on that. We'd reveal government secrets if, like, Inspector Gregson didn't speak up about, doing dealings with the... What was his name again? I forgot his name. I know his Egbert Benedict was his fake name. I forgot his actual name. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study. That's what I've been doing. You have, haven't you, Runo? Reading all those big, fat tomes about British law up in your room, and the notes about Sholmes' old cases. Brewing Iris's special blend of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Star on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically Lord Strongheart, at the British Supreme Court in Whitehall. Lord Strongheart? Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favourite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I had to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in court again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could. And I can't do that just sitting around here. Alright, let's check out the Great Exhibition. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching. Oh, it lasts that long, huh? Oh, do you know what I like to do? I like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons. Look down on? Do you mean those things fly? Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air. Okay, hot air balloon, yeah. But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. I can't understand it at all. That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. They still do that, don't they? Yeah, hot air balloons. It's not like I don't think it's common. As in, like, it's like one of those, like, you have to do it for hire kind of deals. And it's like, you don't go that far with it anymore. Can you? I guess you can. I know, I watched that years ago, like, what was it? Around the World in 80 Days. And it's like, yeah, hot air balloon travel. Was it really hot air balloon travel? Like, I saw a film for it, but... Or is it just fiction? Is it based on a real story, or is it just fiction entirely? I'm not sure. But then again, it feels like it'd be too cold in the hot air balloon. Like, you just die. I don't know. I guess if you just avoid the worst areas, maybe. In 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge. I suppose they might be. Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There's a huge explosion. I did that event in Star Road, it's funny. What was it called again? The Tales or something. That one. My friends aren't. I haven't finished it yet, but I saw some friends talking about it, and they're not really big fans of it. They weren't really a fan of it. themselves. But yeah, I haven't read it myself. I see, yeah. Yeah, it felt like it was like some kind of like parody kind of deal going on with it. Still, I wish I'd seen it though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are. Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. Alright, fine. So that means... Okay, that was in the past then. So, I guess they didn't die. Unless we see a dead body show up in Crystal Tower. See here. Every page of this paper carries some articles or other about the Great Exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. The Great Exhibition has been added to the thing. Shadows cast behind? Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page? Alright, cool. Let's check out the back page then. First test of matter transport device. Every article... Okay, cool. We have Iris... Okay, I guess Susato isn't coming yet. So we have Iris as our assistant again. Maybe. Unless Susato comes up like halfway through the story. We'll see. Halfway through the case, rather. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go see it properly before too long. Oh, 19... Oh, never mind. It says 19... What? Or is that 18? Is that a 1-8 or a 1-9? I think it says... I can't tell. It says like some Wednesday... I know, it's too vague. The Reaper attacked. Oh! Lord Van Zeek's and compatriot cornered. Rough... So many glowing reports of the exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one that is... Wait, what? What's the matter, Runo? Reaper attacked. That's Lord Van Zeek's. This must be what Mr. Schultz was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? Ruffians aimed to intimidate a man of justice. King Charles the 8th. Something ruling awards to Michelin. Michelle? Lord Van Zeek's and compatriot attacked. Lost cat. Public health report, St. Bart's. Okay. Alright. Reaper attacked. What's happened there? It says in the paper that Lord Van Zeek's was attacked. That's terrible. Lost cat, no way. That's more important news. Ha. 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 You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes. Prosecutor Barak Von Zeeks. They say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever is in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. I mean, Gina is probably still alive, as well as Suzeki. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as those cannot save them from the hands of the Reaper. Have you experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. But like, what's it called? With McGilded, he was killed by thingy, Hatman. I've got his name. I know it was Eggert Benedict was his fake name. I forgot his real name, but yeah, he was killed by him. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zeeks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time. He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. Alright, yeah, because doesn't he have his sword out? Yeah, he has his sword. Van Zieks has his sword ready. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh my goodness. Is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zieks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Cheers, Sholmes. Well, in the article here it says, as to one of Lord Van Zieks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow morning's edition. Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait. I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps? Probably. What's up with your mood then? Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add. That's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shh. Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. You're acting very strangely, Hurley. What do you mean, Iris? Well, usually... the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood. Ah. She knows you too well. Is it really a case that's bothering you? Iris, please. You mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. Yeah, sure, Sholmes. Sure. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind. Once I had a cup of tea, I must make my way to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. Maybe it's to do with Van Zieks, maybe. Either that, or it is the exhibition thing. We'll see. Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. Ha! You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seem to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you'll be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind, and I'm wondering where you're going. Well then, see you later, indeed. We'll probably see him again during the investigation somehow. Listen to him, he's still laughing on his way to the door. Oh, cute. I guess that's when. Okay, you haven't seen like you in like outdoor, like not outdoor, but like alternate clothing. All right then, Bruno, let's get going. Oh, Iris, what are you wearing? I've got changed to go to the Great Exhibition. You're going to take me. What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court. Oh, well, that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then. Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you? Of course, then after the Supreme Court, then we'll go to the Great Exhibition. Alright, time to meet Strongheart again. Anything to see around here? Not really. Alright, now we meet Strongheart. New location added. Let's see, is there anything upstairs we can see? Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Alright, cool. This is just like to check with Iris what the hell we're doing. October, British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. But some things never change, and the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. This Iris is chilling. Not even bothering Iris at all though. Happily reading over there. Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here. Of course, I was forgetting you've been here before. Yeah, and he was like, get her out of here now. The time he came here 6 months ago. But yeah, Susato was like giving her farewells. When Susato was given news that she was to return to Japan. Ah, I understand you wish to speak with me. Oh, Lord Strongheart, I trust you've been keeping well? Let's see, since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Okay, I was wondering, like, do we just walk into his office and it's like, hi, we're good now, let's talk. Okay, cool, we just waited like, gosh knows how long for him. Well, 4 hours, but still, that's long, just to wait for someone. Oh, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Mayo Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You didn't only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I've not heard about that. Okay, cool, so now we can actually start using like actual like fingerprint stuff then in the future for cases, probably. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Oh! Okay, that's how next month... Okay, that makes sense then. Maybe we'll get like Mikotaba and Susato come over because he's like a professor in forensic science. So, or something like that. So that's so probably next case we'll have Susato come around now. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. I hope they have Hosonaga as well, but I doubt it. It'll be nice if we see him though. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do, and it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention and a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Thank you for agreeing with me to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing my mind as it happens. Well, about Susato? We'll see. Reno, take a deep breath and come out with it. He looks similar to Gan. Yeah. He has like that imposing look and like the hair and like the beard and well, the beard. Yeah, what's it called again? The side on the hair, sideburns. That's it, sideburns. Is Iris still around? All right. Permission to work then. I actually came here to ask for permission. About in time. Hey there, welcome. Just on time, pretty much. Yeah, we just started. Pretty much. Well, 30 minutes. Well, I'd say 26 minutes ago. Not much happened yet, besides, like, we found out Zeke's was attacked in the newspaper. And then the Grand Exhibition is happening now. I actually came here today to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. Money? What do you mean money? Well, he was attacked. What do you mean money? To defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. Oh, right. Exhibition was provided money, right? Oh, right, yeah. They mentioned, right, yeah, because, like, we saw that last case, like, they had lots of money, like, in a, like, saved up, hold up somewhere for the exhibition, yeah. But there's gonna be something with the exhibition that's gonna happen, but we don't know what yet. Or like some conspiracy thing, probably. Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on the study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. But then he got... Okay, this is reminding us that Kazuma died. I'm still suspicious. The title of this case is like something Return of the Great Departed Soul. So it's like, I'm suspicious, like, how would they bring back Kazuma if he really is gonna come back? I wouldn't be here in this office now. It's been him, not me. It's not fair. The opposite, huh? Of that meme. Well, rather quote. I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Asoji was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry? The mission with which that young law student was charged, what do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense. Yeah, because Kazuma's name was mentioned in the Morse code. Alright, but you know something then. Never mind. I've read all the reports you submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean... As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Not eat chicken. His mission was to not eat chicken, huh? Ha. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's wonderful news, Runo. In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope. All you have to do is eat the goddamn chicken, Kazuma. Like, yeah, if we ate the chicken, we'd all be fine. Funnily. Of course, please, tell me more. A curious affair. I'm guessing it is to do with the scientist dude from the exhibition. You described it as a curious affair? Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at a great exhibition yesterday? Oh, no? Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out this crazy experiment. Let me see, how was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think? Instantaneous kinesis? As in, moving things with a click of the fingers? That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need, a dash of devil may care. Whatever this serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris' imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experiment stage, and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. O.D. Asman. O.D. Asman. I don't know what the pun is. An inventor and a well-known figure in society. A large explosion. A man died? The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. Okay, Harebrain. Albert because Einstein and Harebrain experiments. Hey there, welcome. Welcome, hi. Die as a man. Oh, okay, I get it, yeah. I get it. Die as a man. Die as man. What, so he died not like... I guess because he just died as he was, maybe. Albert Hero Brian. Ha! He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow on the charge of murder. What? Murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet him at prison. There is a very little time for you to carry out any kind of investigation. The Great Exhibition, a scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder? I feel on my depth before I've even started. Still, we should go to the prison straight away then, and try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think? Definitely. Ah yes, one more thing about this case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Okay, we're actually going to talk about him. Oh? With Lord Van Zeeks? How? Alright, let's talk about the science symposium. When haven't we got little time? I did read, like, the investigation portions in this game are much shorter compared to other games as well. Like, I don't mind that. Like, I much prefer having more time in court versus investigations. But at the same time, like, with this game, like, we tend to not meet that many people when we're investigating compared to other games. Like, we never meet, like, the criminal, well, except with, like, Egbert Benedict, but, like, we don't tend to meet that many people we don't meet any witnesses even then, really. We don't talk to them that much. We should make strange numbers, but was it this chapter where you saw Reaper attack? Yeah, it's this one. It's this one, yeah. Reaper attacked. Ruffian, yeah, this one. He's ready with his sword, and then he has a masked friend with him. All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. It does seem as though in criminal investigation he's to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? I see. Maybe one day. Exactly. London, the global epicenter of culture, science and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly. The future of policing. Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to adoption of forensic methods. That's for sure. Oh dear, that's alarming. Exactly. It's extremely alarming. Yeah. If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the number of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Sorry? By way of apology of keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail every one now. And every raise his hand. He's probably just, he's scaring the pigeons. He's just scaring them. He's scaring the pigeons. What? Oh, how fascinating. If all began 15 years ago, I was... Yeah, says the man who has, like... who's, like, really got time, like, stuff. Sorry, we just zoned out from his, like, long-ass explanation. A flashback would suffice. And that, more or less, sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Okay, yeah, so we know you want that. Oh, right. Yes, that's wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful? I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Okay, cool. Okay, I guess we have to present then about Van Zieks. Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition? Of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not? Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he? There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zieks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. Very well. If it interests you. It does, strangely. Yeah, Zeke's alive at least. Or maybe he's hurt. No, he's gonna show up in court being like, yeah, I'm back in court because of you, Naruhodo. You're defending, I'm coming back. Even if I'm hurt. Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Okay, yeah, cool. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. I see what you mean. Why was he attacked though? Do we know? It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zieks. Okay, yeah, because Van Zieks goes after... It's either the Japanese or he goes after those who are like high in power. But the man was acquitted. I have no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money? A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. I got stabbed 28 times, but I'm here for you, Rinosuke. Ha! Ha! Ah, alright, take care if you're leaving. See you whenever. The victim's henchman certainly seems to think so. He was a man by the name of Asman, Mr. Odi Asman. Oh! Okay, this is... Okay. So we're linked to this case then. Okay. Did you say Asman? I keep thinking Asman. That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition. Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality the head of a significant criminal organization. Yeah, the Reaper strikes again, huh? Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. Why do you use Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who managed to get off in court with meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seem to strike at Lord Van Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still. Something's clearly going on here. I have Van Zieks work for the prosecution services for two reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. But that doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way somebody died if not by someone's hand? I mean, we know that Van Zieks didn't like pay Benedict to like kill McGilded. I mean, I guess it's so surreal that it's hard to not think they're linked, but we'll see. Maybe it does turn out someone is getting them killed, but like, maybe he's doing that. I don't know. Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he's no killer. So he'll continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Yeah, he hasn't killed anyone. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Alright, yeah, because he was in hiatus for the next thing. Next 3 chapters are linked to each other. Have a fun trip. Oh, so this one, case 4 and case 5, huh? Yeah, it's gonna be quite the show then, huh? And I assume they're gonna be pretty long as well, like 24-hour stream. Nah. I will do double sessions, so like I can split up the case if I need to. Maybe triple sessions if I need to, like whatchamacallit. If it's like if I have to leave it there, but like there is still a lot to do. So yeah. We'll see how this goes. But yeah, looking forward to going through this for sure. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues might be starting to fidget. Jeez. Leave them waiting for that long. 11 hours late? That's quite something. The meeting had already started when I arrived back here for the engagement with you. 200 reasons to be late. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh, yes, where would I find Lord Van Zieks now? I would assume he's at his office. Right, I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. Okay, so we meet Van Zieks, in person, outside court now. Away with you. I'm leaving Professor Hairbrain's defense entirely in your hands. Duel Zieks. Ha. Our katana versus his sword. Oh, of course. Yes. Thank you very much, my lord. Alright. We have the prison, and then we have Van Zieks' office. Let's go to prison first and meet with Hairbrain. There you are. 22nd October, local prison cell 11. The warden said cell 11. That's this one. Oh, there's someone curled up in the bowl at the back corner. Look. What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me. Professor Hairbrain. Who are you? I'm Rinosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer! Was it something I said? A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't... Yesterday's demonstration. That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity. Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while too. Alright, what's up? Yesterday's demonstration. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday? The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died, didn't he? Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense. The experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw it with my own eyes. Right there in front of me, Mr. Asman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculators had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Treasure Tower by instantaneous kinesis. Was called by your skill issue. Ha! We know this guy probably isn't guilty at least, so it maybe was a success. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Asman in fact perished. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So, what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Asmund was an accident, correct? But the bigwigs had you arrested on murder. Calculus grade. One sec. Alright. I was responsible for the man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished. At once. But... Murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident. I see. Hurley and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder. Skill issue. I mean, if it did explode, so... Unless we find out that someone tampered with his machine, then that would mean he's pretty much free. Like, no accident... I mean, accident, but like no issue, let's say. If that makes sense. But yeah, we'll see. Probably, I'm gonna guess someone tampered with it. Like, this guy's gonna get off free fully, pretty much. How exactly? Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. On what grounds? Ah, yes, it's newly established here in Britain, with a special suspension for a Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by. But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. Oh, okay. So, okay, maybe someone wants it to be a murder, so that they can, like, you know, steal the invention, maybe. We'll see. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My previous hypothesis will be stolen. Oops. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative in this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. Ah, I see now. Okay, then yeah. Okay, someone wants the machine. That's the motive. We can maybe guess that. Like, someone stole the machine. Probably. But we have to see still. Instantaneous kinesis. So, in short, there was a terrible accident at Great Britain exhibition showground yesterday. Yes, or rather, no, the devil's in the details, strictly speaking. There's a terrible explosion. Sounds like the same to me. You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage, to break these bonds and beam the particles through space. Alright, yeah, teleportation. That's in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see. My amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in a cell, and the next I could be at a great exhibition again. Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at a great partisan theatre, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach. So, no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days? I don't really see it like that. What do you mean, Iris? Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think you would feel like it had shrunk. Yeah, to be fair, we have that feeling, to be fair, with like planes, even now. My word, that's exactly right. What are the implications? What does this mean? Oops, that's got Professor Bunny Brain really worried by the look of it. Clearly this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is, my calculations are flawed. The science works. But without a particular demonstration, it means nothing. When you're here, another oil particles scattered throughout the atmosphere. You don't exist anymore. Pretty much like... What's it called? It's like, there's also that thing with like teleportation with like particle stuff. It's like, are you the same person as the person who went into the teleporter? I know there's like conundrums like that happens in other stuff, where like a teleporter means like you pretty much die and then you're pretty much cloned pretty much, but you're not the same person anymore. That kind of thing. Nox fourth, forbidden to or known to be understand. Oh yeah. I guess it's not hard to understand. I guess like we know about it. I guess they established it now. So it doesn't exactly violate Nox's fourth. To be fair, like Ace Attorney does violate some of Nox's stuff. I feel it's done before. Then again, it's like definition wise, like which one was it again? Nox's commandments. I think that's what it's called. I mean, on the other hand, spiritual channeling exists. Oh, true. True. And also, like, there's like stuff like, oh, it can't be a servant. Like, one of them was like, it's not allowed to be a servant. No, like, hidden passageways. No, like, hidden twins and stuff. Like, you can't have like some guy suddenly be like, oh, I'm this guy's twin, or like, it turns out the twin was the culprit all along, and stuff like that. Like, and also like one big one was like, it can't be the detective can't be the culprit. But then again, in Ace Attorney, you can debate the definition of detective. Like, do you mean like Phoenix is the detective, or do you mean like someone like Gumshoe? All of it is allowed only if there was stuff pointing to previously. Ah, I see. Fair. I guess it's like you just can't have that as a sudden twist. I guess. I see. Because I'm thinking of it like in the Umineko, how Umineko played around with it, where like they're outright forbidden. But then it's like it does play around. Even then, it does play around with that concept. Even then, like it does play around with the concept, even with Nox's commandments. Nox's decaluge, I think it's called. I think decaluge was the term. Nox's deca something. Yeah, Nox's decaluge. Ace Attorney broke multiple times. This killer must be shown in the story from the start. Oh, right, yeah. Right, because like we don't even see, like, true, like even in this game, like sometimes the killer, like we see them in the courtroom. We don't even see them during like the first half of the game, of the case rather. True. Like with yeah. Well, particle demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. Because particle demonstration costs a lot of money. Yeah, like Nikolina Pavlovna. We only saw her like halfway through the case, pretty much. She wasn't around. Well, technically there was the newspaper. Technically. You could technically count the newspaper because Sholmes... Did Sholmes give it to us? And like, yeah, the newspaper did have it. Case 1. True, yeah, because we don't see... technically we see the journalist guy when he's like with Tozeki. Like he's slowly there. And also like Naruhodo is like, wait, there was a woman with Wilson. So technically, but like at the same time we don't even meet them for like a while. That's exactly it, yes. Hurley's always complaining about it. He always says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Asman. The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? Alright, so he gave him money. The full name of the man who died yesterday was Mr. O.D. Asman, wasn't it? So, what exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my lab in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in an immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars. I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then. A year ago. Oh, it was a month ago that Van Zieks convicted him. Well, tried to convict him. Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. Archangel. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at a great exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money, an exceptional engineer. Okay, that's a bit sus. Engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never, ever have thought to take a man's life. Let's see. Can we see his profile? Oh yeah, you. O.D. Asman 47. The man who perished in an explosion on the experimentation stage. Harebrain's financial backer and the boss of a large organization. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. Alright. I guess we come back here in the future. There's nothing really to... there's nothing to present to you right now. Unless we just... we know about the explosion, so nothing really to say about that. Unless we'll try it, just in case, like, look at this paper. How could this have happened? He must feel awful. As well as a man losing his life, the Crystal Tower was damaged too. Ah. I know what happened. It must have been that. That? The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at a hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins in my pocket. They're still there now. Ah, karma, huh? Karma. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoings. That's what this is. For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. Alright, let's check on Van Zieks then. Alright, one sec. Be right back. I have to do something real quick. Alright, be right back for like 5 minutes. Give me a sec. I said a sec. It's like, yeah, give me a bit. One moment. Sorry about that. I had to do some stuff. Hope it wasn't that long. I forgot what time I even got up. It was like, what, 5 minutes? I hope, or maybe longer. Oh, I'm back. Hello. 22nd October, Prosecutor's Office. Ooh, so this is the Legendary Reaper's office. Yes, it appears so. I should, part of me thinks like, I should get like a be right back screen, like an actual one instead of just doing like this over my face. I don't know. But again, sometimes it's like, I don't know. Sometimes I see like, what's it called? It's better to not have a be right back screen where like, because then it like, just has people just leave. I don't know. But I think I see that more for like bigger streamers. Like that's obviously doesn't apply to me right now. But yeah, I see. I guess it's fine. Yeah. It says a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere. Oh, is that... That hooded figure was so still. I didn't notice his or her presence. I wonder who that is. That's probably Van Zeek's friend with the mask. What are you doing here? Ah! We get the frontal view now of Van Zeek's. He's as unwelcome as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. May I take money off you two? I'd say you're pretty big. Well, 2 euros. So far. Oh, I don't have ad revenue yet. Ad revenue unlocks at 1,000 subs. But I don't even know how much that makes. History. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I am. Turn on the ominous music. I really like his theme. Like, even when he's not around, they play his theme sometimes as well. Like, you just know his presence is there. Like, I think it was when McGilded got killed. Like, we hear his theme during flashbacks for it. So, who's the person over the wall being... over by the wall? Being punished or something or another? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. Dramatic effect. That's my apprentice. And he's sitting there of his own free will. Because it looks like he's doing like a Dogeza. Dogeza? Is it Dogeza? The one where you're sitting down, like the Japanese sitting down, kneeling down thing. I didn't know you had an apprentice. Yeah, him. It must have been the same person who was pictured in the newspaper, the masked man. I'm just thinking like, you know, like the Sith Lord and his apprentice. He's very able in combat. A requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Damn. Van Zeek's here training fighters as well. You need to fight. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper. Time to duel. I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true ID myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend generally inhabits our great courtrooms. Oh right, he doesn't really see himself as that, huh? My guy has a picture of himself. That portrait really does dominates the room, doesn't it? Damn, young Van Zeeks. It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zeek's facial features. It's his office, true. It's like, it's not as if I don't have pictures of myself in my home, but like a massive ass portrait. But then again, we are in 1800s. Sorry, early 21st century. Not intimidating enough. This was him when he's younger, to be fair. Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think. Oh, right, yeah. Lord Van Zeeks. Good point. He's got some nobility in him. Lord Van Zeeks, true. It's just funny, like, obviously, Lord Van Zeek's office compared to our own office. Ah, that reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when he painted him. How vain. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, isn't it? Look, is his wine and glass? Oh yeah, his hollowed chalice. He has like 3 bottles and like, gosh knows how many chalices. That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh, then who is it? Maybe that's Van Ziek's friend? Father? Oh no, this is hollowed chalices. The fine collection of hollowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hollowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the fine crystal craftsmen in the world. And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless. Thanks, Iris. Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. He's just pissed. Oh! Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. So, it's my fault? Silly me, how could I ever have thought otherwise? This is the Great Exhibition. Ooh, look, it's a scale model of the Great Exhibition showground. That's amazing. I wonder why it's here. Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the silence of being too busy to attend in person? Or perhaps he's embarrassed to queue up for a ticket? Surely it's obvious I'm using it as an investigative aid. Ah. Oh, you're pretty thorough then. You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. I really didn't think he'd be over here that. Alright, yes he is using it for investigating. Let's see his desk. We'll check on this guy in a sec. See his desk. Lord Van Ziek's desk. Look, it's so stylish. And there's a marble chess set next to it. Chess. That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm quite good at shogi problems. Oh really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case. I'd love to challenge Van Ziek sometime, to a battle of shogi problems. If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that in your own home. Alright, let's see this dude. It really looks like a punishment to me. I've never seen someone sitting like that before. He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead? If he was dead, Runo, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he? Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's gonna talk to us. He's not dead. It does look like Dogeza. Oh, you have bats? Wow, they were bats. Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect. But what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Just not the flying kind. He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper then. I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary though, either way. Alright, he has bats. He just has bats in his office. Alright, let's converse. Last night's attack. Lord Strongheart said the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack? True. Carried out by a henchman of O.D. Asmon's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably some hoped to kill me before that happened. Oh, the barrels. Sure, let me check. O.D. Asmon. He's already masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers. A global investor. His enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities. And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper. But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances, it was the most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Asman died when the demonstration on the public stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. He got blasted. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death at least. It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runo? I mean, what with you taking on the Professor's defense for the trial tomorrow? What? You're going to be defending him? Oh, yes, that's right. Well, I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Hairbrain. We met him already, Renosuke. What are you on about? That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Oh, Van Zieks, are you German? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university... Okay, yeah, you're German then. You're at least part German. We were at university together. You're... What? Alright, let's hit the barrels then. Nothing particularly of note. Wait, I can't check the barrel. Only this guy. He's in the way of the barrel. Oh, you mean these barrels? Look at all these ancient casks lining the wall here. Casks in the Reaper's chamber? Or are they caskets? You don't think all those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them? Dead, do you? I love Iris's expression, like, she was slowly going to her shocked face. What ridiculous notes are going through your head, man? This is my collection of fine vintages. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. Rune and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper. I wouldn't. If you hadn't invited yourself to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. Yeah, we're pretty much chatting shit about him when he's just right here. Alright, anything else to see before we check out? That's it, pretty much. Alright, your contemporary. I'd understood that Hairbrain was from Germany, though. Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. Ah, okay, never mind. After graduating from University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. So you were students together? I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he is in Science, so our paths already crossed. But yeah, because Hairbrain has a English-British accent in the cutscene. But curiously, we got along. But I've not met him since my university days. I certainly expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you of all people, representing him. Ugh. Only if I make it out this office alive. He's actually been charged of murder, it seems. Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me. By you. But you made it sound as if you and the professor have been friends. We are friends, it's true. Then why would you do this? If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed. I mean, we act as if Gina's dead. We act like Gina's dead. And Suzuki's dead. Both of them are alive. I assume. We act like both of them died. What's Lord Van Zieks thinking? I mean, obviously he doesn't care for the Reaper stuff. Like, he doesn't... Obviously he knows that he's not doing anything to them. He's just being, like, labeled as the Reaper. And he doesn't care for that stuff. So... Well, Suzuki fled the country. Doesn't make... True. Suzuki left. But then Gina's still around, I assume. The Reaper's ID. What do you mean but when you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true ID, does that mean... I'm a crown prosecutor and a mortal like any other. I'm no demigod. But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or acquittal. Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. Nor was Ginny, in fact. She's ever so hardworking now. Yeah, those two aren't dead. I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of these vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in any mysterious circumstances, it's at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way. But you were attacked by ruffians because they believe it's true. The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Ah, so he doesn't mind it because of that, huh? Oh, it would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Do you mean to say... I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. That's fair. Fair play. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. If that is my fate, let God decide. Lord Van Zeeks. Yeah, he's a pretty cool guy. Lord Van Zeeks, about the article in this paper. Ah, yes, it seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea. Yeah, she's like, the photograph is like perfect. To be photographed. It was careless of me. It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though. Afterwards? So what? They were just posing. Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him? He's suspicious. Who is this guy? He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say, he's my apprentice, I suppose. Ah, like you are to Harley then, Bruno. I remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. I mean, gladly we'd take that. I'd take that. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his ID. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. Oh? You want to speak to us? Say hello? Ah. Mossman sits like Japanese usually in Sin the Kotatsu. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, I'm kind of suspicious of it. Like, the title of this case, like, the return of the great departed soul. Like, if this is Kazuma, like, I was thinking, like, yeah, Dogeza or whatever it's called. Well, Dogeza is, like, apology, but, like, the way he's kneeling, sitting down, yeah. I see. I guess it's to, like, not make it obvious. But it does seem like, I feel like the title of it makes it seem like this guy could be Kazuma. But we don't know why or how it's Kazuma. Good. The task complete. Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. Hello? Nice to meet you? Also, I do maybe like because what's it called? He's hiding his face. That Van Zieks doesn't blow his top off. That he's Japanese. We'll see. Back to work again. That was really strange, though. I've never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed, and yet somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Okay, yeah. There. It's pretty clear now. It's pretty clear. It's pretty clear, but we don't know how or why. So, like, what did like Kazuma have to be in a neck brace or something, or did Sholmes sneak Kazuma away? Does Hosonaga know about this? Because like it's like, oh, we're gonna bring back Kazuma to Japan. So what? Like, I don't know. We'll see. Cause unless there's no body, but we'll see. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strong has strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? Oh no, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to. The way he stood up there so casually, and with that flawless posture, it's yeah, it's yeah. Not Rinosuke is getting his senses popping off. He's popping off his senses now. It couldn't be. Yeah, it could be. It could be. Yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man, is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago, with the stoop and mustache and the jitters. Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean? I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runo. He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice, and for the conversation. Okay, yeah, I think maybe, like, Van Zieks is, like, he is a bit concerned. As much as he says he'll take on the title, he is, like, I feel like he's glad that Saseki is alive. It's good to see, like, maybe he is kind of, like, scared that there is a curse. So it is nice that he might be, like, a bit concerned about it, even then. How many is asking after Saseki-san? After a Nipponese? I'm not quite sure whether to feel happy or worried. I never imagined Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn up for the books. A mad scientist? I mean harebrained. Remember you were quizzing the professor about his relationship with Van Zieks, I think. And then we got ominous music. Alright, back to prison. And then we can go to the great exhibition. Alright, the Reaper's varsity years. Understand Lord Van Zieks is your friend from university days? Yes, that's right. He was studying law while I was studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, an all-round nice fellow, really. He's changed. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Barak von Zieks. What was he like when he was at university? Talk about a leading question, Runo. As I said, an assuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zieks family, with all its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite noble blood. A little darling. It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, there had been a very big event in his life. that Kunii changed him after graduation. Really? What sort of event? I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany after all. Oh, yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Van Zieks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. He'll find out the hard way. So, Professor, let me just make sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work, is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it. Yes, it's true the man perished in the machine of my invention. So I know I'm far from blameless in all this, but still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life, not in a centillion years. Centillion, I know it's cent 5 something, 5,000? No, 5 billion? Oh no, centillion. I don't even know. I don't know these terms. I know it, but I don't know. I'm a man of science. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that, all my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories, but I do believe you. And I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. When I went to Germany after I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Ah, thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Alright, Runo, it's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition. Sorry? Well, that's where it doesn't happen, isn't it? Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Alright, let's move. I guess we come back here to present something to him. The experimentation stage. For any second, Great Exhibition grounds foot of the Crystal Tower. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times. There are lots of people, aren't there? It's almost been trodden on 3 times too. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We finally made it through the throngs though, by the looks of it. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage, where that explosion happened yesterday. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you. I'll arrest you in a minute. Oh yeah? Go on, Inspector. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence, and you know it. Oh, Gina's here. Cool. Wait, I know these voices. Okay, and Gregson is back on the job now. You got a cheeky mouth in you, young lady. But a night in the cells will teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare you. If you want that bag of chips round down your throat. Yo, who? Gregsy, what are you doing up there? It's you! Here! You're here! Here you are! You! Here! Your ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady? I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue. Unbelievable. I'll grab a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. Gee, thanks. Tobias Gregson, Inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty. Okay. He was suspended, but he's back now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Oh, there should be. Watch it, sunshine. Sorry. What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case. Yes, I'm acting for the defense. So, we're here to investigate. Dear me, that's the situation, is it? One sec. I had to blow my nose. I'm back. Is it really that troubling? A measly 5 bob. Is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't you? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Nara Odo. What? Hey, that's my last bill of spending money, that is. You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. This is Jean Lestrade, a pickpocket, or diver, born and bred in East End of London. Is her jacket new? It feels like... Is her jacket new? I can't tell. She always had the hat, but she always had the jacket, the coat. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, Otto? Diver, pickpocket? What's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips ran down your throat and all, do ya? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I see you've been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Otto. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now. Learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. Oh, okay. That's a shift. So you have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Inspector? The badge is homemade, surely. The Inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is part of the cards. Is off the cards for all of us. What's that supposed to mean? Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright? Right, sir. Alright, so if you see Gina a fair bit, that'd be cool. This raises a lot of questions. I guess we examine first. Ah, it looks as though someone dropped something behind the tree just here. Dropped or hid. What is this? Some part of the machine exploded? Maybe it could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this just in case. It looks like maybe something was tampered with the machine, and then someone, yeah, like it's a key part of the machine, so it doesn't explode. Maybe. For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something. Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers too. Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eye at a small fire like this would have been. I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Bruno. I'd say it depends. Some people just don't care. Like, what's it called? One time, I just walked past, there was no one inside it, but, for some reason, there was, a car. No, there was no one inside. It was, a parked car. and it was like on fire, and like everyone just walked past it pretty much. It was a while ago. I don't know why it was on fire, but like, yeah. I think people already called people to already vote to come and do something about it. I think it was on fire, or it was just smoking. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago. Damn. Oh look, what's this? A red piece of cloth? Not like any fabric I've seen before. It's very thick and stiff. Extremely durable. What, is it tarp? Is it tarp? It's okay, canvas. With some rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well. Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion? Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid yawn. There's scorch marks on the edges. Let's take a look. Oops. There's a crystal tower. Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being created in Japan. Nowadays, I guess, skyscrapers. No, isn't there Tokyo Tower? It's not made of glass, but it's something. There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, it's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. A zoo? But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours to get through the doors. Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may as well be the biggest draw. And thanks to the accident, the whole tower is shut. Suddenly it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower. Ha! Apparently everyone's taken to the skies now to look at down the disaster area from above instead. Do you remember correctly that Albert Harebrained pleads it was accident and he's actually guilty? I mean, he did say he'd rather it. Harebrained said that he wants an accident verdict. Like, he doesn't care if he's like guilty of malpractice, as long as like no one inspects his invention. But I think we're gonna go with it where, although yeah, if it does turn out, oh, good point, right? Because if someone is guilty, it is murder. So even though Harebrained is innocent, he's gonna be upset. Good point. Because like, if it is murder, like someone intentionally tampered with the machine, that's murder. And then it's like, oh whoops, the machine has to be taken away as a murder weapon. I think maybe it turns out that, I don't know, we'll have to find out. Maybe it was an accident. The machine exploding was an accident, but the guy was still alive, but then someone killed him after he teleported. Maybe. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in the balloon now. Londoners must be very patient people. To be fair, like, there is like lots of like attraction, like London Eye or like whatever, like exhibition stuff. People just wait there for queues. Like, damn. Right here. That's where the cove ended up after. Oh wait, cove. That's where the cove ended up after his instant kinesis or whatever call it. That of course. And yet they're calling the experiment a success? What's the wooden scaffold there for? The coppers, our lads, set up that after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Don't know really. Oh, okay, so the guy was wedged through the glass. Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then? Nah, look, I'll do this more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mine, Greg doesn't hear you say that, or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? And then the flag. No, we can't examine it. We don't care for it. And there's the hot air balloon. I mean, I've seen it asked for a while, but what are those funny round blobs in the sky? Oh, for the flying balloons I've been talking about. I want to go on one so much. I've read about a situation like this in a magazine about strange phenomena. creatures from outer space coming in round flying objects that attack Earth. What? I suppose inhabitants of other planets are bound to be interested in great exhibition. This is it, Iris. It's happening. It's not. Don't worry. I'll explain all of it to you later over a nice cup of tea, Runo. Did they have, like... I guess even, like, back in the day, they had, like, alien... like, flying saucer, alien theories. Even back in the day, I guess. Like, I guess aliens aren't, like, a modern, theory. Of course. We always wonder if there's life, beyond our planet. Even back in the day. Alright, let's talk to Gina. About Gina. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. At that time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. Well, two murders, really. I had a lot of time to think in prison. Oh yeah, you were prison. Right, you were in prison because of pickpocketing. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. That diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done. So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it. Good. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Is that like something out of a book, eh? Talk about a sea change. And then there's Iris's own man to think about. Iris's father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull all the stops looking for him. Just a small promise then. Nothing serious. Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet. Yeah, he's dead already. So, we'll probably have Iris find out the truth about Wilson down the line. So anyway, that's how I I had a go at the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? Just a small problem, nothing serious. Jeez, Renosuke. And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her sort of an apprentice. That was very magnanimous of Gregson and brave. Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So, the long and short of it is, if you've got questions about the case, you can come ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there? Ooh, what, Runo, what? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was a defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is still... Come on, you're just not on about that, are you? Legend of the Reaper or whatever it's called. Core, you don't have to worry. Although, if I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. It's like I told you before, innit? The Reaper's kind of like I'm upstairs, like him upstairs. So he knows what I'm like on the inside. I ain't really done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong might be stretching a point. I mean, not like criminal organization, big boss, leader wrong, at least. You're always Natsume in Japan. He's probably fine, isn't he? Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought. Exactly. So I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. Yesterday's incident. Core. It was out of this world, it was. The Bernie bloke put a bunch of levers on his machine, and suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experience here yet. Sorry? You mean you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean. The boss being Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to. So all I have to say is, I'm on duty, and I do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching from above. No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in this place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. When it's settled, when do I start? No, you can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. The machine exploded so spectacularly. How can Bunny Brain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success, in a way. It was? How can it have been? Well, the guy did teleport then, through the glass window. 30 after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and that whopping Great Bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the crystal tower over there. What? In the tower? Yeah, my guy just like flew. Or like teleported. You can see it for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold. Oh, where the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage is what the victim got in to start with. We did get beamed through the air or whatever, and landed on the way there. So, you see, it did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up in the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had free bob off you before, so fair is fair. Yes, I didn't actually give it to you, did I? She took free off us then, huh? Experiment sketch. Let's take a look at it then. So what? Like, guy was here. He's meant to be beamed that way, I guess. Actually, wait. Let's go check this. Alright, nothing hidden here. Contraption. It looks like a gun. Like you load. It looks like a crossbow. Not really, but like you load up something, then you turn the handle, then shoot. It looks like a shooting device. Alright, about investigation. Something Gregson said before seemed a little strange. For what it's worth anyway, investigating is off the cards for all of us. And kind of the first thing to do when you get something new in record. I thought I did. Oh, inspect, right. I was looking around to see if there's anything weird underneath it. Right, good point. I tend to do that. I thought it was like if you're finding something weird. But yeah, nothing to see here. Nothing's glowing. Oh, there it is, the front. Ah, there's some sort of lever here. Okay, it is a crossbow. I was right. I was right by accident. It is a crossbow. What is this? It looked like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing too. Okay, yeah, it's a crossbow. Good point. Okay. Alright, let's double check this tarp. Whoa, canvas. Layer of it comes with a thick rubber lining of sorts. Never seen anything like it before. By applying Sholmes' methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when a perm was struck by lightning. Good try, Runo. Or maybe not. Nice try, Runo. Yes, naughty old Greggs. He ran off without explaining himself. Oh, right, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations? Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither. Why? What did the boss call them again? The forensic investigation team, I think? Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Funny, innit? So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. I've just never heard of anything like that before. I thought I could have a gander on the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from down here, didn't you? It's not bleeding fair. I think you were giving him as much as an earful back, as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all about the chips what make him so stubborn. Yeah. You say something to him, Otto. Go on, see if you can get through to him. He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the experiment machine that exploded is. We can try, can't we, Bruno? Gregsy will listen to us. Let's see, do you see anything about the crossbow? No, okay, nothing. Looking for this, Otto? When did you do that? I don't know if you've got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon? Give that back first, please. Alright. Let's move upstairs. I guess we have to do this. This platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up. About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what the policeman I spoke to said. I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan. Oh yes, sorry. It's about 9 meters. But soon you have been in London for a year, Bruno. Time to get used to our measurements. Yes, well, the thing is so tall. The spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else. They probably thought they'd secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed. There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. Alright, can we go up now? These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was conducted. Alright. You have to talk to Gregson first then. 22nd October, the Great Exhibition. Grounds Experimentation Stage. So that's it. The machine that blew up. Ooh, it must have been a magnificent explosion. And I've seen my fair share. Ha! You've seen things like this before, you mean? Of course, Hurley's always doing experiments that end up in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry. Ah, that might explain the smell of burning and frequently comes up wafting up the stairs. One time, he made something that exploded with such force, it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Bruno. It's hard to get excited about that, given that I now live on the roof. Well, anyway, that's enough about that. Time to investigate. Well, talk to Gregson first. He probably will be like, don't touch anything. Seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully. Really? He just looks confused to me. Ha. Okay, maybe we can examine while he's busy. Nothing particularly... William and Turner. Nothing about this box then, I guess? Nothing special about it? It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently. And mercilessly. So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air. Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point. Yes, that's the part that's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible though, Iris? Oh, Bruno. I'm just a child. How should I know? A child when it suits you, you mean? From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this lever here... Stop! Don't touch that! That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over just now, Gregsy. Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here. Oh, sorry, you can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it. Glug, 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 glug. Ah, wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. It's just like old times, this is. We're representing Hairbrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene. Ha! Listen, Sunshine. You're not allowed to touch anything up here. Is that blasted special dispensation for scientific equipment act to blame? It's driving me potty. The special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too, but isn't it like because he's being charged for murder? It's fine. More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks is playing at sometimes. But we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Eh? Surely that's alright. I guess because we're in limbo right now, that we can't exactly look at it, I guess. I think that's alright, ain't it, Gregsy? Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you? Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Bruno? She really knows how to get what she wants. Ha! Anything else to see then before we talk to you? Considering how badly damaged everything is, Hairbrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. How's your monthly evaluation, Gregson? He did just come back from suspension, so now it's a fresh slate, I guess. We should have a good look while we can. Don't touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear? I wouldn't touch a thing, I promise, so please spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? He asks, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, Sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, we could answer to that question. But I think treasure for crossing us again, Gregston. Yeah, you can't kill us. No, we can't, can we? Because of the annoying rules, you mean? Exactly, the annoying, obstructive, flaming rules. Oh, look at the base of the machine there. Oh yes, there's a tool of some sort poking through the wire mesh. Hey, it's a screwdriver, I think. Oh, Albert. Oh, A for Albert. It's Albert's screwdriver. Handle was in the shape of a capital A. Is it? Oh yes, you're right. It doesn't look like it's good for like holding though. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said. Yes, I understand. Sorry, I only touched it a teeny tiny bit. Teeny weeny bit. But Greg, see, I'm very curious about the screwdriver. Really very, very curious. Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spoiling something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it. But Bruno found it first. I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly. He's leaving now. He's gone off with it. That was very mean, I'm afraid. Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in the next month's installment now. Yeah. Okay, cool. Time to slander him in her writing. Poor Gregsy. At least he's gone now. We can inspect now, I guess. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Britain exhibition grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time. Oh, in your country, Bruno? I do wish I could go and see it. I present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I had written especially. I see if I couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some Bartitsu Master Ninjas. Isn't that's the martial arts that Sherlock Holmes knows? Baritsu or something. You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think. Oh, well, that's dull. Oh, but I did know a prosecutor of a Chon Maid's top knot I'd introduce you to. A Chon Mage, really? Do you think I could have a picture of him, do you? Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago. Yes. Yeah, it's gone now. It's gone now. It's gone now. What is that gigantic thing over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel. Oh, it's moving slightly. It's slightly moving. Slowly but slightly. Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside of this little cabins you can see. Why? Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still. Nah, it's slowly turning. It's turning so slowly, one revolution takes half an hour. If you were mad enough to go in one, it'd be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? I feel as though you might have invented a new sort of ride there, Runo. Yeah. Is there actually like a fast... I mean, I know there's one that goes like... like... Not horizontal, but like... Not... Yeah, horizontal rotation. But this... Is there like a fast version that goes like... vertical rotation? Not sure. Haven't seen that. I know there's ones that do go like... horizontal rotation that are fast. Alright, up we go. More hot air balloons. People carrying balloons, dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought a day would come when humans would discover how to fly. I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colourful, floating Tamari handballs. I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Take a ride together, Runo, please. If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared. Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode. Gee, thanks. Yes, call me crazy, but I think this exploding part might play on my mind a little. Yeah. The amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the crystal tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going. I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Runo. It was set up to beam people to the crystal tower where they're being reconstructed in their original form. Well, I don't like the look of it. It's amazing how it looks. As amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course. I suppose that's true, yes. But nothing ever goes to plan, does it? What's with the stains here? Horn shape, yeah. What's with the stains on the side? There's like lots of scratch marks. I mean, the guy did not get beamed. He just ended up in a crystal tower. Yeah, we'll have to find out how he did. Like maybe we'll see. Like, how did he get there? Am I missing something? I'm not missing anything, am I? I'm not missing anything. Oh, you're here. Oh, right, we haven't talked to you. Did get beamed. He just didn't... Oh, right. I see. He did get beamed. But he didn't end up in the tower. I see. Government policy. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body and then beam him across the crystal tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind. To be honest, I'm a little bit surprised it's allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. The government's in everything to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringement. Damn. When they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true, in a way. So the powers that be are placing a high emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment. What sort of rights? They're making it so any theories the brains have remain their property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is an infuriating reason us coppers are allowed to touch the crime scene. Because the new high Falutin Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it. I see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, as it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard. The Forensic Team. Any old fool could see that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. Just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it. Poor Grexy, he's very het up, isn't he? Special dispensation. Remind me again, what's the new legal act? No, we're not allowed to. Yeah. Are you having at me at it, Sunshine? The special dispensation. Yeah, whatever. It's a long title. Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently, with a real twinkle in his eyes, I remember. I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, it's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. What does that really mean? Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a lot of cobblers, if you ask me, put forward by shammers like yourself. Thanks for that. Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's so fun. It might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science, that's what I say. Jeez. Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job. You should think otherwise after spending a day guarding over Shammer's bogus contraptions. If they are bogus, how could anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory is deemed to show potential... Oh yeah, funding. Yeah, government funding. A research grant. The scientists that get funding. Exactly. And that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Us to smile politely and welcome them. Us coppers, that's who. See, so you can see how I can say it now, can't you? Hang science, hang it. Oh, maybe I can see your point. Professor Hairbrain. Apparently, Professor Hairbrain lives and works in Germany now conducting his research. That's right, came to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Sorry. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something about the professor earlier today. His time in further education. He was at University of someone we both know, Lord Van Zeeks. What's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zeeks means the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is sealed because the Reaper will get him one way or another. Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes in his head of his. Talking of Lord Van Zeeks, this paper's run a story of him being attacked. Read that. Oh yes, but Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about. Yes, right. I'm glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder? The mystery of the Reaper. Okay, yeah, we're really going into this aspect now of the story. Basically, in this case, Mr. Asman. He was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Zeke's probably dulled the attacker in one. Ha! Probably, like, he's a good fight. He mentions that he's a good fighter, of course, and like, his apprentice has to be a good fighter. So, and obviously, if it is Kazuma, we know that Kazuma can wield a sword pretty well. Lord Barak von Zeeks, no skill issue, pretty much. Is a top-class prosecutor. Even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zieks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. The man himself denies the charge. Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zieks is in no way related to the depths of the people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I stake my reputation on it, I would. If that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants could have been constantly died. Nothing killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zieks was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind. You what? He said that it was after we both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue. The what? What do you mean? The only thing about this, but game looks good. Yeah, we're pretty like deep into it. We're not. Yeah, we're in this case. We're like, I'd say like, we're still in the investigation part. But yeah, hi there. The what? The what? What? They say something? The sketch again. What, this thing? Let's see. Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make yourself a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh? Direction the beam line up. I think so. It looks like that. It looks like it's pointing upwards, same with the way it is here. It's not straight. It looks like it's this. It looks like it is, yeah. It seems the same direction from when we looked at it here. Right. Are you done here, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Isn't it about time you were leaving? Or rather, is it about time? It is about time you were leaving. The lot are here. That lot? The forensic investigation team. They'll be giving me the heave-ho in a minute too. Oh dear. Poor Gregsy. Here, have an alcohol of my special blend to cheer you up. Ah, that hit the spot. Yup, hits it every time. Well, at least I've seen the scene with my own eyes. It looks like this is as far as we've got to get with our investigation here at least. I've been thinking. Hurley might know something. Mightn't he? About what? Why are you in French? French? Oh no, we're in as in setting wise, we're in London. Great Britain, London, in the past. We're like in the past of like 1900 or so, in London. Well, not exactly. No, obviously like alternate history. Well, not exactly timepiece, but yeah. About Mr. Reaper. About what happened to Lord Van Zieks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after we graduated. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Here, this is what you need. What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tussauds? Is it supposed to mean something to me? You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. Very close to Baker Street, actually. Oh, is this like Madame Tussauds? But like... is it going to be a wax museum? Let's see. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. You could go now if you like. No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. You have a big trial tomorrow. But that's where Hurley is. What? at this popular London attraction? Yes. How does you know where he is? Heard he told me. But he told me to keep it a secret from you, Runo. Madame Tussauds? I don't see where it could be related to this case. How it could be related, but then stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Yeah. Alright, let's move. To Madame Tussauds. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. It is Madame Tussauds thing. Because like, yeah, there is like this like wax museum exhibit thingy in London. But yeah, they changed the name. Madame Tussauds Museum of Wax Works. What is this place? Look at these terrifying scenes, and why are the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Runo? Shocked? Wax models? Ah! I read about dead bodies and wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. It's called adiposary. Adiposaire? Stop talking about creepy things like that, Runo. You're scaring me. Let me see what he means by that. A greyish waxy substance formed by decomposition of soft tissue subject to moisture. Oh, I see. So anyway, adiposaire doesn't form readily, you know. It's only in very specific... One that tried to kill you last summer. Obvious lie. Hopefully that never comes to case. What now? I just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. None of the exhibits in here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas. They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. Oh. There's no way anybody could make models of people that are realistic. And then there's Sholmes just hanging around. And they're all such gruesome scenes too. Wait. What is it? Oh, no. I must be seeing things. Never heard of an artist before. I mean, to be fair, like, I guess that's why Man to Swords is so famous. It wasn't that common way back when for like actual wax models, especially in this case of like so many of them being in a museum. I know now you can see around nowadays there's a fair bit as well in other places. But yeah. I guess this one seems like... Have you watched... Not yet, no. I haven't watched anything in a while. I haven't watched anything in a while. So I just haven't got to watching anything in a good while. This seems like... Was it Elizabeth Bathory, maybe? Is this something... Some infamous murderer? Yes, called Jane the Ripper. Or if it's for a young woman. Okay, never mind. I knew it. You could tell by the way she's holding that knife. It's just a sign of a murderer. Watch along stream? Probably... what's it called? Like, I'd have to do it like, you know, just like have me reacting while I just watch something on this without anything on screen. I don't want to put that stuff on my... I can't do that sort of thing like showing the video on my stream. Probably For now, I like watch along seem cool, but like probably not for now. It's like it'd be something like where I want to have like an audience for that. I mean, like as in like a big audience for that. You know what I mean? You can tell by the way she's holding her knife. Is your side of a murderer? Well, yes. What's the matter, Runo? I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore. I feel okay. Yeah, it is a bit of Elizabeth Bathory. It's a little bit of that. It's a bit of that. Look at the exhibit. It's a bit of a reference, slightly. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub. Really? Sorry, I don't think it's significant. I still think it has to be there for a reason. Yeah, it's like just like some stealth reference to Elizabeth Bathory. Oh. You good? Is this an arm? It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models has fallen over. You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you? Bruno, stop scaring me. Is it a wax arm or a real one? Come on, you're always pointing the finger of yours in the court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels. Objection! Are these real? They look real. They're so well made I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human. Or maybe all the exhibits are real people, and when it's closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving around. That just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. Except for this one, of course. The big Herlock Sholmes in the room. Yeah. My guy just steps onto the exhibits. Is this an example of Western Sujigiri? I don't know what that is. You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword? I don't know. No. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it? Do you think, Runo? Doing that Sujigiri thing you mentioned? Well, I do have a sword, but no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. For now. He says for now. Like he'll one day, like, attack someone with it. It's the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Sholmes' own wax statue here? Really? Well, he is world famous after all. It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it. I know. But look, Runo, you can kick this Hurley, and he doesn't move a muscle. You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait, he's in pain. It just moved, I'm sure. Just a little bit either. Huh? Really? Did it? And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. He's committed to the bit. Shall we move on? Ours. Over there, look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing.
Hold it!
My dear fellow, I take exception to your recording in such a manner, as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes. I knew it. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick, could you not exercise a little more restraint? You winded me. But Bruno has something he needs to ask you. Ah, a question? And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are. Well, I can't deny your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more of being stationary like that, and my great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have turned to wax. He just have stopped thinking, huh? Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you? He could know something, it's true, about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him. Now you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you're in luck. I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. If my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work. What? Back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? Alright. What is this place? Alright, fine. Okay, never mind. My Aunt Spell came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since he opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Spell family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Ugh, that sounds grim. That is grim, damn. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions on the face of the condemned. Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the side of the executions. That really turns my stomach. Damn, that's some dark history. If it's true, if it actually is the background for Two Swords, that'd be like, damn, wild. This is one of the several legends from the Tuspel family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. Ah, fair. But anyway, that museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is in the House of Horrors. House of Horrors? Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition, but people usually flock here to see exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals and their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. They're even stiffer now than the models of them. Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public life of people, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So, the hideous exhibits in here are... they're all portraits of the real events that actually took place. Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? Temporary waxwork. What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them. Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare them. When the public take a closer look, I offer them a hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a picture of us. It's like, yeah, there's like this like statue kind of thing. Like people act like statues on the streets, and then like they either like move suddenly and scare people, or like people want to pay to pose with them. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murders in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money. Fair. He really roared at me there. How very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have the ravenous iris to consider. Ravenous. Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry. If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo. What's he trying to roll me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? as a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some of our time. Remember, Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril. Back to being a waxwork again. Is it just me or did this final remark sound like a curse? Ha! Alright, something to ask then. Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord Van Zeeks. Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How'd you find him? Well, I trust. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I learnt. Lord Van Zeeks, Professor Hairbrain, and more strange coincidence that they had been at university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zeek such a different person. I was sure you know, Hurley. You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before. There was something afoot, and that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clammed up. Well, it seems we've reached the unavoidable greetings. Okay. Oh, hello? Where'd she appear from? And what's she wearing? Because you look more mysterious. Oh, she looks cool. I hope you are appreciating my museum. Sorry, have we... Mrs. Sholmes, do you know that... Not again. My apologies. I am Esmeralda to Spells. This is my museum of waxworks. What? You're the Madame to Spells? Bien, sir. Bien, sir. Bien, sir? I don't know how to say that. Bien, but I don't know how to pronounce it exactly. Though only 26 years young, I might add. Only 26, damn. Is that significant somehow? I'm a madame in name only. It has a certain je ne sais quoi. Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather, one waxwork in particular. That'll be Mr. Sholmes then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, we'll be toil and trouble. She sounded deadly serious. That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Sholmes about Van Zeeks now? Let's not forget what Hurley said before. About something just being afoot. Right here in the museum, I mean. Yes, I know, but... I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here. Haven't we got enough on our plate already? Can we check this hand again? No. Oh well. Alright, let's talk to you then. The waxworks. Did you make all these waxworks, madam? I did. I am the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh. It was my grandmother who began tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to this astonishing lifelikeness. Oh, the waxworks really do look as though they're alive. Yeah, what's that? In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people which they were modelled in the hours immediately following their executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness. That sounds terrifying. All walks of life have a similar challenge, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Do not fear. Sorry? This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians, something for every taste, I hope. It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it. Ha! Thanks, Iris. Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things. The Great Detective Waxwork. What's the situation of that? My temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal. Oh, what sort of proposal? My dear madame, what these special exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Or words to that effect. Naturally, I am well aware that Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective. It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about it. Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we weren't able to agree terms. Let me guess. Someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services. For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. Or words to that effect. Is that Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead. Sure, he doesn't really need to do what he's doing though, does he? I wouldn't think not, but he was very insistent. Maybe... I wonder, maybe it's the exhibition. Maybe the exhibition is drawing people away. But then, what, so she sabotaged the experiment so that the exhibition flops? I don't know. I don't know. She doesn't seem like the culprit though. It seems, I don't know. It seems weird. Or rather, I like her design. I don't want her to be the culprit. I have a 50 shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. Or words to that effect. It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem. Is the consulting detective work not going so well? Something afoot. I wonder. Can I ask you something? Bien, sir. Sir. I'm just curious. Is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Oh, well, it was... Already your temporary waxwork over there mentioned to me a little. Oh, he disappeared. Is it a wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade? There you are. Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down? My dear Mr. Spells, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem that we must throw into the melting pot instead. Okay, deduction time. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? She's turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective, whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Ha! Though please be aware that I prefer... No, I insist upon payment in advance. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? Alright, deduction time. Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? That is the Tispel special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it. Ah, a special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must have picked a serial killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Ah, absolute none. There is nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madame. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? Ah. I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond, before the situation worsens. Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only as Suchon. Alright, what's behind the curtain? Number 139. I must confess, I peeked through the curtain earlier. The Tuspel Special Exhibit is a very bleak graveyard indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, 11037. Ha! The waxwork killer is... one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however... Oh! Is that portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor? Is he dead? Well then perhaps Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself? I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's part of an ordinary gentleman, not even waxwork in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. Ah, it looks as pale as a candle wax. I don't understand. So, Madame Tuspels, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing the famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Alright. To begin with, you must ask yourselves, what exactly is afoot here in this museum? The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helplessly from your bag. In my estimation, some £200. That is all my own money. So, what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as that involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the £200 revealed by the public notice. The waxwork for sale. Waxwork for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your exhibit, for the sum of £200. None. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is this portly gentleman stretched so peacefully on the floor? Is he dead? Hopefully he's not dead. It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock. Ah, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Ah. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the £200. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? Oh, there's something behind her. There's like an arm or something. He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of £200. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. The money was no longer in his hands. And the result, the scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched the killer price. We can only pray the gentleman's dreams are not played with regret. Yeah, probably not. Waxwork location. The question arises, is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let's consider the problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is a young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe the neckerchief. Such as worn by policemen of a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman, currently investigating the museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly gaze. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact as if he were waxwork. But your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it before, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that proves whether or not this man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Threepence? Of tragically low price, you might say. Well, perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant £200. The sort of plucky behaviour that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Is that so, madame? I do not... Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in a special exhibit a moment too soon. Yeah, probably not. He said, he already said, don't involve the police, and now he's saying it's with the police already, so probably not. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Yeah, probably not. I see I've stunned you into silence. You have, Hurley, you have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her coffin looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up 1 point, Sholmes. The notorious Narhodor's 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the exhibit features the old policeman. So that would mean he's a particular ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman, Otomo. Sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the Aether. And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Otomo. So you mean that's who the sinister old man there is supposed to be? Indeed, it's a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. It was only £200 worth of... Is £200 a lot of money for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things into perspective. There. So it is quite a lot then. Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down. That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous. The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me. Mrs. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face. So I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris. If that's alright. To make some minor corrections to the Great Detective's deductions. Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight. Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Mantis spells vents her anger. Alright, we haven't had I don't think we had one where it's just Iris and not without, because I think the one in case 5 last game, we had Susato still with us before she left, so yeah, this is the one where we just have Iris then. This is what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tuspels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Alright. Course correction. To begin with, we must ask ourselves, what exactly is afoot here in this museum? The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some £200. But that is all my own money. So, what does this large sum of money reveal? Well, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem to spells. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the £200 is revealed by the public notice. Yeah, probably not. She definitely looked in his direction, it's true. But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks, even for £200. Oh? She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. Did she rob him? Very nice, Herlock clown. Ha! With that much money I would, but it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway. I wonder if the £200 could have some other significance. Let's follow the furtive gaze again and see if there's anything else that could explain it. Oh, note on the wall. What's that note doing pinned on the wall there? Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tuspels, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is £200. Oh, someone stole it. Have the money ready by 23rd of October. What? This is... It's just like that sort of thing that's left behind when someone's kidnapped. It's a ransom note. Exactly. Alright, yeah, so she was gonna go buy, get back the model that someone stole. The significance of the £200 is revealed by the ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate the criminals on their inventiveness in abducting a waxwork. £200 is no small ransom fee, and you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In summary then, £200 you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let's explore the next curiosity in which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man just a powerful, shocking blow was of course £200. So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who the man is? We could just ask you when he comes round. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yes, you're right. Heard he's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down. Well, there's little doubt he's suffered a shock, so that seems clear. But in that case, what's the spell trying to hide? Let's have a closer look. There's a hand or something behind her, isn't it? The long hair braid. Let's examine her hair then. Madame Tuspel has very long hair, doesn't she? Yes, we couldn't tell looking at her from the front. You know, she looks rather like a whip, don't you think? Sort of where they could have floored the gentleman with a single crack. That seems a little far-fetched, even for you, Runo. Oh, there it is. This is just Madame Tuspel's right hand, isn't it? Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all. Oh, but wait a minute. This is left hand as well. Don't say such a creepy thing, Iris, please. And it seems very stiff too. In fact, it's really hard. You mean it's made of wax?
Take that!
Well, did she slap him across with a wax hand? What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. Are they? I wonder, like, if I always imagine like the waxwork is really fragile. Like, if you smash them against something, they'll just break. But maybe not. Maybe they are more durable than I imagine. Like in terms of like physical trauma, they're more durable than I imagine. Also, wasn't there like a horror movie around like waxworks or something? I vaguely remember it. Like, it's like an old one. I haven't watched it. I just heard about it. How could you? The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals, in fact, it's a left hand. Ah. And somehow somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It is the hand of a waxwork model. Kah. Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean the arm? Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. Oh. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. You confronted the man trying to take the arm back. And in the result, the scene before us, he was knocked unconscious. A man we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. Alright, I wonder then, why? I don't see a link between the two cases just yet. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changes hands? Let's consider the problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need to only observe his neckerchief. According to Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway. A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard. That Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Well, uncovering a secret is in any true detective's nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Sholmes, I think we might have not identified the man correctly. He's hiding... No, nothing behind his back. Oh, he's the man. He's the man that got his arm stolen. What the? The man has a stub sticking on his shoulder where his arm should be. Ah, well that explains that then. Right, this isn't a real person at all. His entire arm's been ripped off, from the shoulder down. His arm's been... Of course, that ties in with what we just found out. Alright, then yeah, it's a stub.
Take that!
He's the model that the guy wanted the hand from, for some reason. Like, yeah, let me take his arm, please. Who was his fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe. His shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks the earth. Of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model. And I seem to remember it was you can conclude that was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man. Oh, he's a real person then, yeah. He was a real... Well, his model is, you know. Naturally. What other explanation could there be? And it was the detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in a special exhibit, wasn't it? Give me a second. One sec. One sec. Hold on. Alright. Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him, with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact as if he were a waxwork. Or is he a real, maybe he's a real person. Ah, but your reaction only confirms my suspicion, madame. At once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that proves whether or not this man is a waxwork. The price tag. A killer policeman called Ottomo, was it? Was he well known? It was all over the papers last year, but I can't see what he looks like. It's a very low price though. Rupence isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Garadub's delightful lodgings, in fact. Ah yeah. This is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200? Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottomo, really? Should have a good look around again. And see if another idea crops up. The price tag is more like... Oh, he's alive. He's alive. He's alive. He's a guy. Look at this. The old man's tapping his foot like crazy. He needs to be fast asleep though. He's not tapping his foot consciously then. So you mean... It must be a twitch. Never mind that. The point is... Waxworks don't tap their feet. Or twitch. Look at his arm too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we? Oh, right. I was wondering about that. Yeah, it's like... It's like, what's his name again? The guy from the other case.
Take that!
Forgot his name. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man's a waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Tispels. Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in from the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He's sound asleep. Because everyone's busy with the exhibit. With the grand exhibition. But then, what's this tag about showing the price of 3 pence? That's a scarf. Yeah, that was the boy's purchase recently at the local market. I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Nardo? Ah, right, yeah. The secret sign used to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduce from the very beginning, Detective. So, it would seem we finally arrived at the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Still a mystery. How would this work out of the case then? We'll have to see. I don't see a link just yet. All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. It was a pleasure. However, it's tied into the actual case. Not sure yet. Not sure yet. We'll have to see. We don't know yet how. I don't see a link just yet, explicitly at least. Maybe, I don't know. Whoever kidnapped it might be linked. But then how would it link to the murder? Or accident, rather. We'll see. As for your rough custom, I no doubt he will gain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically, it was. But I would ask you to recount the events surrounding the stolen waxwork, in as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. The talents of a great detective could be put better to use, I feel, but as you wish. Alright, what happened then? Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now, when I came in here one morning. I merely noticed the waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. In your most prominent display, so that's why the curtain were closed. I found the ransom notice in its place. The criminal must have broken in at night and taken it then. So this waxwork that was stolen, it was the model of some horrible criminal, I suppose? Of a particular horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor. Professor? No name I've heard of. So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete. Sorry? The Professor case happened around the time I was born, didn't it? Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago. A series of murders that rocked the capital. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wasn't 10 years ago with Van Zieks as well? Keep going. Yeah. They mentioned, yeah, Van Zieks was 10 years ago. His thing happened, I think. Exactly that time that Barak Van Zieks graduated from university, in fact. What? Surely he's not saying... So, the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life. As you've surmised, it was the Professor case. Who was this Professor then? The Professor. It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of the London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and adore. Though, of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. How is this all related to Lord Van Zieks? Was he the prosecutor for that case? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why is it that the Professor earned such infamy? It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Hurley? Those murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of British aristocracy. Members of nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Oh, was it Van Zieks' family? Members of the... wait, of course. What Professor Harebrained said. Van Zieks' family is from family with noble blood. Oh gosh. It was the fifth victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of... Clint Van Zieks. No, I don't believe it. Van Zieks. I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder. Oh, that's his older brother. Oh. Oh. The portrait is his brother. I see. The young Barak pursued a career as a prosecutor. Ah. And eventually became the Reaper we know today. Was the Professor like a Japanese man then? I had no idea Van Zieks had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit. I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Alright. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Oh! It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Baroque. It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in prison of all places. I can't forgive myself what happened to Mr. Asman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could have happened. Tomorrow, in the court will decide. Yes! I have a young Eastern man acting as my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident. A terrible accident. He has assured me he can prove it. I must warn you. Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you? Oh, he knows then. Yes. Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Baroque, are you really... What? Never mind. I know you have my best interests at heart. My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Baroque. Until tomorrow then. I'll see you in court. Alright. If we're done investigating already, there's still lots of pieces we don't even know about. Okay, cool. Now we go to court. We'll probably go for like another 2 or 2.5 hours at most or so. And then continue it tomorrow. But court time now. That's it, yeah, Return of the Great Departed Soul. So I do wonder if it is Kazuma. Like, it feels a bit obvious it's Kazuma. In the sense that they're not hiding it. Well, they're hiding it, but you know what I mean. One sec. Alright. 24th October, 8:52 a.m. I can't believe it's been 6 months I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Mr. Hairbrain. Professor Hairbrain. Kazuma Sato. Ha! The atmospheric pressure. Actually, yeah. I just saw the Moriarty comment now, but like, it doesn't seem that Sholmes has a Moriarty character yet with him. He doesn't have like his rival, just yet in this game at least yet. There's no like Moriarty, rival. The atmospheric pressure here is off the charts. I never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel like every time I'm here, that gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I had to establish the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. You really? Justice will prevail. My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You really be humbled with such a tiresome, almost tiresome case here. Ah, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. That was very mean, Bruno. Leave me alone at home with Hurley. It took me an hour to wake him. Is it? Are you... Herlock Sholmes? Indeed, sir. I am he. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I've heard about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany. Ah, yes. Rand's magazine is on sale in Germany too. This was something sublime. Your introduction in the adventure of Silverblades was wonderful. Ah, yes. A memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. No, that was the Spellcode Band. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh? I have urgent business at Mantis Spells. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of the ransom note, are you? The week's wage depend on it, as is the safe returns of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have the money to afford a pie of any description. Ah. Ooh. Then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is rid of irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have quite insatiable desire for pie. One of the universe's intraceable mysteries, you might say. Oh yes, quite. Definitely, absolutely. I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, of course. Why thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at a great exhibition, is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Runo, and I have to say, I'm quite sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree. But how could an experiment that has no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be the heart of the trial, I've no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. Alright, wonder if he comes back then, because like, obviously the waxwork case does have something to do with this, but we don't know what yet. So we have to see. Well, what is it? You're on your own today, Runo. But chin up, you can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? Ah, no, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. Ah, that sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way to the courtroom at once. We're on our way. Okay, so we don't even have an assistant this time. It's just us, 1v1 against, Van Zeeks. The experiment that laws of science say can't possibly succeed, and a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Rinosuke. That's the key to this case. You'll probably get an autopsy report now as well. Because yeah, we don't really get to inspect the body that often in this game, at all. Or like even see the the dead bodies. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrain. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more, there's no one. I'm without Susato's son today, or Iris. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. O.D. Asman. Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, but that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zieks, but the jury unanimously found him not guilty, because every member of the court has been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. And then 2 days ago, on the 21st October, Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to respond? Ready to fulfill your duty? I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. Any spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang. We have to listen to what's been on both sides of the fence, and let's settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Okay, then the guy from that we saw during the in the waxworks wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. That's the police killer Automo lookalike. Again. And he's exhausted as ever, it seems. Now, as I'm sure you are well aware, the incident we are here to judge tragedy took place at the Great Exhibition, shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. A tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, the whole world will be on this trial. It's our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zieks. At the heart of this incident, there is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of science's developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord. It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electric and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking. Ha! The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? Expert in your field? I am. Then my word on the matter can be considered final. Isn't kinesis is poppycock? So, this expert and Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What's the prosecution's view on the matter? Oops. The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. Okay, interesting viewpoint. What? What rot? Order. The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it's deemed to have merit, a substantial grant would have been made available. The accused made use of the invention and built on his new hypothesis to take Asmund's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But this disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Well, he set up a motive now. We don't really have proof of that, but he set up a motive for them to go off. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution's stance is clear, but you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Alright, he's already taking off the cloak. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. Already taking off his cloak. Okay, so our own himself and then Gregson. Witnesses, state your name and occupation for the court. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Starting off strong today. Pretty much, yeah. I guess because his friend is involved. I also duty at the demonstration of the day in the question and in charge of the following investigation. Albert Hairbrains, scientist. You were born in England but have been carrying out research in Germany for recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany, which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis in a great exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, right? Incredible explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everybody saw it. It must have done. Yes, there was a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph by the forensic investigation team. Oh, you're taking a Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it. Wait, what's this behind his head? I see. Very well, submit the photograph as evidence. Photograph added. As the court heard, the victim was Odi Asmund. Wait, let me take a look at the photo. It's just weird. Like, what is this thing behind his head? There's something behind his head like a pillow. And he got stabbed. Like, something hit him there. It's strange, yeah. She's strange. A stab wound, yeah. There has been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, he was the man who financed the research for the experiment and demonstration itself. Ugh. I see, so to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for demonstration? That's right, that must be it. My splendid machine. That me poor splendid machine. You saw it yesterday, didn't you? You can't even examine the records thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage. But that being the case, how could the facts be established? How could it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right? Witness. What? Sorry, me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder. Plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How can you possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You explain to the court on what grounds you claim it was a front for murder. Let's see. Testimony, let's go. A front for murder. The corpse that went crashing through the Crystal Tower had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation on the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. But the post-mortem revealed another injury, a fatal wound. A lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right into the heart. He was killed before he went anywhere. This fellow was the only one who could have done it. Oh, I see. In the smoke, he just went and stabbed him and then teleported him away. Extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner's of the death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No. That couldn't be further from the truth. Here are the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. Okay, cool. The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage and ready to be beamed instantly. Wait a minute. Oh, it's different. The second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away. Well, wait. The sketch is different. It's up. Oh, okay. So this, yeah, the angle of the beam is wrong. The angle is wrong. It doesn't line up. Yeah, he's gonna be sent that way. But wait, that means right? Because then, how would he have shown up here if the beam was this way? The experiment did not go according to plan, however. Oh, okay. Never mind. The machine was put into operation. There's a large explosion. The blast caused the beam to transmitter to point higher than intended. Okay. Right, so we get an explanation right away for that. The guy goes there. Accordingly, the kinesis resulting in the birdcage materializing in midair. When he falls down, where it quickly fell, crashing through the glass of the round window. Well, it seems the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower overhead. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was an accident. A terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Oh, crossbow! Crossbow time! Murder weapon? What are you saying? It's autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like to enter into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. Autopsy has been added. Alright, let's read it. Alright, so the crossbow then. I was there in person, you know. That's just a whole ludicrous performance. O.D. Osman, Mayo, Coroner Courtney Syfe. I wonder if this will show up at some point. 47 British, 21st of October. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart by a sharp implement. A broken vertebra from a sudden fall from height. Hemorrhage that pierced the chest by a sharp implement. It's so, like, his face is too detailed. It looks weird. His face is too detailed. And the only other person on the stage was Asman, with a graceful excuse for a scientist. Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. Very well, counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Focus here. It's been a while. Alright, so I think the crossbow has to come up. Front for murder. Corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck. I made a minor calculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. But a post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say? Doesn't make any sense. I don't think I had to spell out to you, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? 2 right. Obviously, at first we thought the bloke died had due to spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case? You'll get your answer once I'm finished my fish and chips, if you don't just keep butting in every few seconds. We all know that's a bottomless bag. The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that as the cause of death. Right, that's what we all thought, but it was a red herring, wasn't it? There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp.
Hold it!
Where is this something then? The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. So, what was the nature of the sharp object? Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Oh, there's the screwdriver. That appears to be some kind of screwdriver. Ah! There he is. My trusty little companion. Andrew! Oh, you named it Andrew. Of course. Ah, do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends. Like all my tools. I named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Andrew's my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead. Well, it would appear you beloved Andrew has a red stain on the shank. Ah, that isn't... It's blood. Beyond all reasonable doubt. No. And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? What? Unless, like, the screwdriver was shot from the crossbow. Order, order. The court will enter this friend as evidence. So, one of Professor Hairbrain's tools is the murder weapon. I've seen this unusual shape handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill of the floor. Which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Poking through the grill in the base of what appears to be remains of the... Okay. So, that's where we found it then. Wait. How is it there then? Aspen's blood, no doubt. This is problem from looking at murder weapons. Wait, but if it was found at the grill, then why is it there? But then I don't know. I get it, but I can't say in words. Great.
Hold it!
Alright. What grounds do you have for saying that? Do you really need to ask? There were 2 people on the public experimentation stage, in front of the whole crowd. The victim, O.D. Asman, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. And we all know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion in Kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on the stage while the victim...
Great Scott!
With the victim could possibly have done it. What's up? Who was someone else on stage?
Excuse me!
Professor Hairbrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Alright, what's up? Professor. Sorry. I was calculating optimum coefficient of entrances to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that. It seemed as though you might have something to say about Gregson's last remark. Yes, that's right. Of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh? I don't know, but there's no way I could possibly have stabbed Asman, as you say. Huh? Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-blooded policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins. I had heard. Then surely you see, if I plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see, not one. True, I don't see anything like that. Well done, Professor. That's a good counter-argument. Order. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I save a drop from my hollowed chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Baroque, but I really know a patch on you. No, you're not. No? You neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have a particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? Oh, but before we can say that we found the screwdriver on stage, it wasn't teleported with him. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in the body. No. Okay, we don't. It wasn't.
Objection!
Got it. You say that while the victim weapon remains in the body, there's little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is that the screwdriver was still in the body, showing any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes, but about this screwdriver... The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through the metal grill. We went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Gregson? Now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. It was very clear he mustn't touch a thing. Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. That's right, it should have been beamed across the Crystal Tower along with Asman. And been found still lodged in the chest. Order. How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't... It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. Oops. Let's see. But yeah, still got. Because we have to disprove that he beamed in the first place, though. We still have to disprove that at some point. If the victim screwdriver was still in the chest when the victim an instantaneous kinesis occurred. Obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well. This is a strange situation. Meanwhile, people are saying this instantaneous kinesis is scientifically impossible. We're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, can you conclude the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon? Lord Fancies is stumped. Okay, you really want to prove your theory. My guy. Yeah. Do you have something to say, witness? Yes, I do it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry! About what? Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency. What? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Asmon's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the state is consistent with my calculations. What? What? Come on. Hurt your case, why don't you? It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation? Yeah, why you don't just bigging up his bigging up his friend? Just when I found it inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. Inconsistency explained. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon would have to stay put. Metal. Then what about his glasses then? Alright, piss easy. We got this. His glasses. Or what? Was his glasses made of plastic? It transported his this thing, and then his glasses. In other words, the point just raised by Naruhodo isn't inconsistent at all. Mr. Asmon was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. Yeah, my guy, he's wearing glasses. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based on his hypothesis, metal cannot be moved by this method. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not inconsistent, and therefore, Professor Albert Hairbrain could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for the very reason. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Hairbrain... Yes? Whose side are you on here? Science. I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all. Is he working for us or against us? It's hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away, Naruhodo. It's the glasses. It's the glasses. My guy's wearing glasses. There's no way Is it what? Is it plastic glasses? Yeah. We got this in the bag. Metal. Hence metal weapon, just glasses.
Objection!
Professor Hairbrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to look at this photograph that was taken on the scene. In particular, pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Asmund is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No, metal can't... That's not... metal! No! We've already established the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on stage. However, if your hypothesis is correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal rim spectacles would be found in the same place. Ah, my hypothesis, my hypothesis. Professor Hairbrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Ah. Order. Counsel, what is the implication of this? It's just a skill issue. He wants to prove his case. He wants his thing to be so right. He wants his, like, experiment to be so right that, yeah. He's just, like, desperate, pretty much. If for the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible the victim was killed somewhere else other than the stage. We are defending him by attacking him, pretty much. In that case, someone else other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was a proof of all my work. If I could say something here, in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait, great Scott, are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of that machine to be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never. That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the special dispensation of that act. What devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule? I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Obviously, we always raise objections.
Objection!
Professor Hairbrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. Ah. If the government was foolish enough to deem the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? And what would the value of such a grant? £10? You're an order of magnitude out, madame. £500 a year. OR. You could have answered for that much for years. The Society has notified an increase in the bogus public demonstration in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. Okay, we're making it worse for him now. No, I haven't deceived anyone. This is for the government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains the victim was transported instantly to Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Okay, so like, it's like, what's it called? Van Zieks is like defending his honor, pretty much. His friend's honor. Ah, Barak. And therefore, the only person who could potentially have committed this murder is the accused. Ah, Barak. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Zieks. I do miss having an assistant with us, though. Just to, like, balance it out. Plus, we'd like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What would the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition, who were occupying special seats. Oh, the hot air balloon. Eyewitnesses? Very well, it's going to be Gina then. As a prosecution request, I shall very much like to hear from the eyewitnesses to the incident. Yeah. The prosecution stance is clear. Experiment was no potiche. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. How long did Gina spend in prison? I'm not too sure. It's been a long time, but this is pickpocketing, so probably not too long. Probably not too long, at least. Not too long. It's the time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? Take a short recess now. During which time, the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Alright, that was just... Okay, that's part 1 of the trial. That was pretty quick. But we're still obviously, like, setting things up, that's for sure. We're still setting things up. This needs another physics course, it seems. Ha! Mr. Naruhodo, what on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes at it from the start. Sorry about that. Have you promised me? You said you'd prove the drat to the explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. All you've done so far is try to undermine me. Yes, I did make you a promise. You're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. Cope Sieve mode. Ha! But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh. Oh no. You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. It's a disaster. I'm a disaster. Not as a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. But, and while we're on the topic... Well, what about Barak? He's been awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor. As a human being. Good you recognize that now, ha. Oh, but no, wait. He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not the classified as a Homo sapien anymore. He transcended humanity. Glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you? Yes? What? The machine and demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved. I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief the science is only the future. So yes, it's true my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. Yeah, I think he's genuine in wanting to believe his thing is proper. He's not a fraudster. It's just that it's not accomplished. Alright, Professor, I understand. Counsel, defendant. The prosecution witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. He's just wrong, yeah. His heart is in the right place, but he's just wrong about his hypothesis. Make your way to the courtroom, please. He's just wrong by his heart is in the right place. His hypothesis is just wrong though. Hunches on that demonstration. The professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims. It leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Sholmes was adamant. A particular practical implementation, which is attended by a professor at Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? It's like, how did someone get the body to the other side? No, it's not like they launched him across with a crossbow. He's not that light. He's not like a baby. Proves a trick, yeah. We don't know how though. Like, we have to see then. In her name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of the court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? Prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Van Zeeks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed, they did. As luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. The testimony we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect, a detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it's ended in tragedy, the demonstration on that day in question was scientifically sound. Blech. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Also, it's nice that we're not doing a summation examination right away again. Like, last time it was like really early. At least this time, we're not going into summation examination super early in the trial. Thank you, counsel. Your prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth the witness now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. So it's gonna be Gina and someone else. Witnesses' proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. It's Gina and someone else then, I guess. Oh no, never mind. Oh no, there's Gina, hi. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. Balthazar Loon. I don't know. Bull Loon? Like bull and moon? I don't know. I am the impresario of all hot air balloons in the vicinity of the experimental stage. My name is I don't know. I can't do German accent. My name is Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ormstein. I've come to see the great exhibit. I'm doing Russian. Great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. Alright, he must have fell down then. I'm very rich. Inspector Jean Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on the security duty at the exhibition. I got to go up in one of the balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. But she did mention she'd seen the disasters from up in the balloon, actually, didn't she? Oh, it's literally Little German Boy. Like, literally this time. little German boy. And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when this incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you? 60 feet, about 18 meters then. So double the stage. Double the stage then. Because the stage is 9 meters. Thank you for the introductions. Now you can give your formal testimony. Can you describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those who have the vantage point from above? The view from 60 feet up. It was incidente terrible. Okay, you're French then, aren't you? I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There was this huge bang from the stage, and the next second, another bang from the sky above. What? Huge bang from the stage, and the next second, another bang from the sky above us, beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into Crystal Tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. Huh. So it could just be a cage. But then, it's weird then. A most extraordinary or collective amount, I must say, account. Can I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions? More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloons carrying the witnesses was around here. There were other balloons. Everything is weird when looking through a warp lens. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. So we have to like unwarp it. There are other balloons in the sky carrying our passengers as well, to be clear. Then a power supply car. I don't think I slept well. Unless the power was applied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called bird case that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred, adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The bird case appeared at the silent explosion, subsequently to plummet into Crystal Tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to see to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. Just buy another one. I still have lots of money. Precisely, who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Yeah. I am here in London on a sightseeing trip. This is my school, my elementary school. He will have been the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? Then I remove my mask. This is what I look like. Ah yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Yeah, everybody says so. Great disguise then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, despite any explosion, instantaneous kinesis was demonstrated. And furthermore, until the arrival of the police, no one approached Crystal Tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Asmund on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. Good disguise, Robin used it too. Ha! Ha! Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. The view from 6 feet up. Incidente terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. I mean, one of them exploded, didn't they?
Hold it!
There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See. All 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini. Whoops. We are very popular, signor. Okay, wait, are you Spanish then? Italian? I don't know. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. Oh, European. Just European. £20 a month. That is my pocket money. Royals have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Played the old I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know. Detectives have all the loot. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. Operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. C. And the zone above public supplementation stage is the most profitable. I mean, it's more like she's like working like it's like she's working under Gregson. Because she does, but like she can't read, so like Sholmes had to like pull some strings with Gregson to like get her hired by him. So she is like inspector-ish. Not like formal inspector, but decent enough. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the Corps has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Are you going to hear more about you actually witnessing the incident? Right, I can put you in there, my lord. Inspector Squire. Kind of like that, yeah. I think, let me see, did they give it, like, actually... No, I can't check people while we're going here. A huge bang with the next second, another bang in the sky beside us.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident from up in the air. I think, did they mention it here? Yeah, the 7-pointed detective inspector. She's really making waves. Yeah, she's an apprentice under Gregson. She's an apprentice under Gregson, pretty much, yeah. Wait a minute. No, never mind. I thought we saw some. Never mind. I thought we saw like. I thought we saw those like. I thought we saw those 3 dots somewhere before. I thought we saw them, but I don't recall where. If we did at all, or I'm imagining it. But I feel like we've seen these dots before. Yep. Isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling y'all though, being a lawyer is a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. So in the Zelda game. Ha! 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 You know me so well. Yes, well anyway. Could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything. We saw everything, because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage and that dodgy professor putting all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared. Just like that. So you're describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by electric, I believe. I mean, okay, maybe like the explosion actually like sent the cage flying and not actually like, you know, teleportation. Maybe the explosion sent the cage flying physically, like just flung in the air, low. I looked round and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky. And there was nothing there before. What's up?
Excuse me.
Is that your one? Master Gods. Does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Yes, what was it again? Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ormstein. Just the poor names then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to... I can't remember that name. I know Ormstein. That's because Ormstein is like iconic as Ornstein. No way, I can't remember that name. Oi, get it right, Otto. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah, there was a second explosion, and it was beside our balloons, that is true. But I'm sure. Which is what I said, innit? 1 minute there was nothing there, and the next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? My guy has infinite balloons. Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. Oh! A green balloon. Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it. And you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Playing the bleeding royalty card, are ya? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In terms of the cordial nature between Great Britain and Bohemia, it was not in the sky that... It was not the skies that exploded. It was the green balloons that was next to ours at the time. Let's press it, and then I think we present the broken piece then. A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. I'm a proud Bohemian prince. All these questions... questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. Englishman is very annoying. The language... Sorry, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Ragazzo, it is very long to lie. Lie. Flying balloon never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. Oh, you're Italian then, actually. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Ma dai. Not English, it's the British language. Ha! Ha! I'll have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them. Sure, here's another one. Here you are, Your Highness. If only all international accidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? No, I did not see the explosion myself, however. The cage... Okay, yeah, we got the green... We can back that up with the...
Objection!
Okay, no. Then what? No, not odd. I'm supporting it. I'm supporting the statement. I'm supporting it. Fine. But we saw a green balloon. We know it. It was a green balloon that was next to us at this time. Wait, but then wait. There's no balloon next to them. There's only 2 balloons. So maybe that's the thing that's the issue?
Objection!
No. Yeah, come on. Then, Alright, I know, okay, so like, someone probably shot the green balloon that was in the air for some reason or another with the crossbow. But like, okay, you're telling me a green balloon, sure, that's a green cloth. There's nothing like to contradict that. Unless it's like we're meant to like, I don't know, present the green balloon to Gina and say like, no, the kid is right. There was a green balloon. Because why is this cloth? Let's just press the other ones. The cage it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. Let's just double check these statements. Do you see that actually happen? No. In reality, I did not see. I only saw after it hit tower. Gee, thanks. There was a grand confusione around the stage. I ran to see what happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they were his livelihood. But when I looked up inside the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it too. I saw it though. I saw it slam to the tower after all. I am a detective now. Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear. She's so happy. She's actually really happy now. She's actually pretty happy now. No one went near it after it crashed. Fine. Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Eh? Use your head, although. How could I have me? I was up in the balloon, weren't I? Right. Her character development, yeah. So, because I weren't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over the place by panicking inspectors, and he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. Yeah, I was scared out my wits. Keep it together, Inspector. The prosecution really is asserting the demonstration was genuine, but what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. Oh! Two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about people saw it. I mean, then it's weird then, because like, what? So like, let's say hypothetically, if the guy was a wax statue, but we saw him move. We see him move and get in. It's not like he was just there, so he must be... unless he looks like a mirror image of the professor that was like the murderer guy, but that's 10 years ago. Grateful that my balloons were not damaged. A green balloon. Wait, green balloon's not damaged. So either we give the green piece. We give the green piece to Gina, or we give it to the guy and tell him, then what is this piece then that's destroyed? If the kid said
objection.
There we go. That makes sense. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If it had been coin explosion, whatever, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. I think it may be C, part of a balloon, a burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Pardon. That is the large round part of the balloon which comes full of hot air. Made from a very thick fabric lined with rubber. You don't want it to rip when you're in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation site. In other words, as Master Gotts testified. A green balloon did explode that day. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! If a balloon exploded that day, why didn't this man say so? Maybe everyone on the board was killed. Oh no, having just spent 10 whole pounds for the experience? How awful. Seems like one of those things crash 50% of the time anyway. The instantaneous kinesis did occur after the explosion on the stage. The point of the materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Causing the balloon to explode? Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate tragic traffic accident, as it were. This is nothing but the pertinent facts. Hold it. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Loon? You just think I am a liar. That person died in a balloon incident. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It's not possible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection!
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. Imperative we clear up the issue of the phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloon you're operating at the exhibition. Grazie, my lord. Okay, Italian. Mr. Loon's balloons. Oh, Bao Loon. Right, okay, yeah, Bao Loon. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers, and we fell to the ground in an esplosione. What a catastrophe. But can't you get away you can't get away from... The man is Italian. That was on my mind, so yeah. Maybe the real guy was in the balloon, it exploded, he crashed into Crystal Tower. The explosion sent the cage going. I don't know, we'll see. But it's like, if it's a wax statue, if it's a waxwork person in the cage, but then it's weird then, because like, why does it look like him? Can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from an explosion on stage. That stupid ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Okay. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you? Si, exactamente. If you only saw a balloon in the first place, if you even saw. I don't like the sound of it. It's very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. Gee, good luck. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be a war. All-out war. Italy versus Germany. Well, Bohemia, huh? No, wait. Isn't it that... was it? Bayern... Yeah, is Bohemia... like, Bayern? Or is that something else? I know there's like some sort of like difference there. But I can't remember what exactly. Like, I think, is Bohemia? Or is it something else I'm mixing up with B? Like, Bayern... like, there's some, like, cultural difference. Like, even though it's Germany, like, there's, like, something really distinct in that place compared to the rest of Germany. Well, time to resolve crimes with a balloon. Not war crimes. Peace treaty. On to all-out war. Mr. Loon Johnny doesn't appear to be lying. That doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' test statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of this. No matter of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. Mr. Loon's balloons. Balthazar is no liar. Landed safely. All three were carrying passengers. Okay, so tell us who they were. It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry? That is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And a balloon flies because it flies. What else? Aha. That must be Italian for, I don't know. There are two types of flying balloons. Hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. Whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. I see. Helium or hydro. Gas balloons derive their lift by using gas. Oh, I see. See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas. But I believe. Hydrogen. Lighter than air. Okay, it is hydrogen. Okay, yeah, it is hydrogen, but highly explosive. Good lord. Hydro boom. I do not permit smoking of cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What's the matter with you, Signor? All that comes to your mouth is explosion. Explosion. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I'm completely sure. Yeah, Van Zeeks mentions that, like, even if it's static electric, it just exploded, apparently. But if you still say that is what happened, you must show me proof. Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? But you can't get from the fact that a burnt-up bale of cloth was found on the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckon it was probably some debris. An explosion on stage. The stupid Ricardo was mistaken. My balloons have red and blue zigzag stripes.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found on the scene. And it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the exhibition. I remember seeing pictures of that. Yeah. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactamente. As the Signor says, it is not from one of my balloons. It's clearly this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Master Gott? It's Master Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ormstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear over old Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps you will let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence? To give a simple explanation, young man, a photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why did you say sooner? I have the photograph here. Oh, good gracious. What? I had not been up in the balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, yeah, the balloon, and the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us the photograph? Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. Oh! Something was shot up. What? It's black and white. Well, I see you're all too short to speak. Oh, but he mentioned stripes. I think short is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that because it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. Wow, wow. That is one very Bohemian sounding cry. Wow, wow. Very well. The court accepted this photographic evidence. Photograph taken. Pencil was green. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. But yeah, he mentioned stripes. There's no stripes on the balloon. There's Thingy. There's no one in the balloon. And then this was shot up with the crossbow. There's no one in the balloon. And then there's, yeah, no one in the balloon. The cage. Yeah, the guy's in the cage. He looks a bit stiff though. Yeah, he does look a bit stiff. Like, my guy's doing poses, but like, he does look stiff. He does look stiff. So maybe it was a wax version of him on stage. But then where'd he go? No one like on the floor. Like you're here, but you're there. That's some kid and someone. But yeah. Okay. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? No, it was the day of the big explosion. You don't say. Then I pressed the shutter release. There was this very loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you've picked up. I said thought. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another, fourth balloon. Well, Loon denies the possibility. It's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this must tell us something, I'm sure. Every balloon landed safely, all 3 were carrying passengers. They felt the explosion catastrophe. My balloons have red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Yeah, but it's a plain balloon.
Objection!
Shit. Really? I mean, it's a plain balloon, so it's not yours then, but it's someone's balloon. I'm saving just in case, just in case it makes me restart the session, and it's like I have to go through that photograph again, because I don't want to, because this game has like no text skip. Coward, more like I don't want to go through just clicking text of like nothing. When it's like, if it has to make me go and get this guy's picture again. Alright, then this one's not carrying passengers then.
Objection!
There we go, no passengers. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon. I mean, yeah, zigzags, but like, there's no zigzags on it, but sure. It can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Ah, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. Niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, it was not one of mine. Okay, then it's not yours then.
Objection!
There are legal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly on such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the great exhibition. He managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See, the competizione, trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimento that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Asman was beamed across the stage, from the stage below. Right, so then scraps fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks. They didn't come from the stage at all. There's bits of balloon raining down. But because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. Mysterious fourth balloon carrying passengers. Nope, silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly has nothing to do with the case. Its relevancy does elude me, I must say. The court has sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The question calls for the trial to be concluded. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. Jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can the photograph tell us? Is there nothing we can learn from it? There's more. Someone shot the balloon.
Objection!
Someone shot the balloon. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue.
Objection!
We're well past the point of more possibilities. It's time for definitives now, to tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? The cause of the explosion. We can reasonably assume the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Ja, that's right, ja. It was not my fault. Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had... Oh! It's not the birdcage! It was never a birdcage, it was the basket from the balloon. It never was the birdcage, it was the basket, I guess. The balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense? It was all a trick, yeah. I like the clue in the photograph. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. Yeah, the birdcage was the basket that we saw crash in. Is the arrow.
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice the white bright line that appears to be pointing directly at the balloon. A ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe you may be looking at fire. A ball of fire heading straight for the balloon, like an arrow. Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it appeared to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon? Okay, that's why it had light. It was a fire arrow.
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals exactly how it happened. What evidence? Winnable. Yeah, we're on a good track now. If such evidence exists, Council, then for goodness sake, present it, man. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be heading directly for the balloon? The crossbow.
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of the small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have shot from the weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight to the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately... Blimey, you're right. The streak of lightning in the photograph looks like an arrow, doesn't it? Then, the explosion from the balloon, it was... very likely the result of the flaming arrow from this crossbow, igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No. That was dramatic. Order, order. Council, this is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that'll be out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had a sort of a gun exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with a big explosion, there was a big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implication of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have been exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the smoke, cloud of smoke that ensued... What? Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what? My goodness me. Now I understand. That's what was sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon. Okay, that's big brain. That's big brain. Okay, never mind. It's not the basket. That's big brain. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when an experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators in the sky above their heads. Oh, it's like magic then, yeah. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you will agree it's entirely plausible that what I've described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment that carried out that day. But this is... Good grief.
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you describe is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic. Both Shums and Iris said the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, it's the only way to explain what happened that day. It is oh yeah, it's hydrogen, not hot air. So like the guy inside the balloon isn't like gonna be a charred corpse, as well. Any case, the victim's body was found inside the bird cage in the crystal tower. And the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place. How do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by simple deception. Juror number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a body double. Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the bird cage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything inside it would have scattered the 4 winds and exploded. Yeah. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would have very much depended upon the mixture ratio. Juror number 4. Flying balloons are already full of pure hydrogen. A mixture of other gases is helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio? Get ratioed. Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to an extent to render the whole obscene charade impossible. Okay, so I get why Van Zieks is like, he's like trying to like help his friend's honor, kind of. It feels like that way. So everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Hairbrain is a suspect now. But like, yeah, you could say like he's in cahoots with Thingy to do like the what's it called, with the Fonder, and he just died by accident. But I appreciate your efforts, thank you, Professor. But you can stop now. You can keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Hairbrain? I, Albert Hairbrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Asman. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What are you doing? Okay, he really wants to keep his like hypothesis alive. That's more important to him than his own like life. Order. Defendant, explain this on the confession.
Objection!
Professor Hairbrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, then it'd be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable you were duped, Professor. If you let me, I can prove... Baruch. Yes. I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please. Ensure the special dispensation act is adhered to and protect my creation. Okay, it feels like he got frauded. Maybe he got frauded by the guy. Yeah. But he just didn't build his machine properly. pray forgive this courtesy of filling my hollowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here to my learned Nipponese friend. What? In his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the special dispensation for Act that protects this professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine, instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on the matter? What Professor Hairbrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on the stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold the client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. Well, that's complex. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Ryunosuke really needs an assistant to help him with this. Mr. Naruhodo, there's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something. But what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... I think it's a proper invention, but like, he didn't mean it to be. We can't say it. Ah! No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I can't let him down. What must I give up on? It's not the question you ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Huh? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Susato-san? But what are you... Hiya! Maybe departed soul refers to Susato. Because she left Britain. Maybe. That could be what it's referring to. But then if it's Kazuma, it could be both Kazuma and Susato. Because she technically departed. She did depart technically. There'll be no time to talk. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand, which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Hairbrain. Yes. Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of the truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must pursue now. Maybe Iris was picking up Susato from the boat place, maybe. So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? But, Baroque, Lord Van Zeeks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing, something I've remembered that's of relevancy. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon? Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Taller than me and thinner than me. Straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Straight white hair. Taller than you, straight white hair. I mean, you have white hair. But you haven't seen anyone like that. Let me see. One less lens than me too. A monocle. A rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help possibly identify the man, you see. I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. The engineer. What? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. Okay, Enoch. I don't know the pun here. Enoch Drebber? Does this name mean something? Members of the jury the members of the jury seem flustered. Don't name any scientist wish to hear. The man's an abomination. Not name any conjurer wish to hear either. Enoch Drebber is a character from very first Sherlock Holmes book. However, then he uses a oh, I see. Just a reference then. Just a reference name. Okay. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. Talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I've heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience with such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician, yes. We're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you. It seems like we're pretty clear cut here. Like, it's Enoch. But, well, Enoch shot the arrow, but it seems to be like a massive, like, ploy. A massive ploy altogether. With those two. So we'll see. So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. Considering what we've heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to be investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. But at the same time, I knew that if I was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, all my life would be over. I was terrified at that prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Drebber. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. Too good to be true, huh? Too good to be true. Entirely possible that Asman and Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring research grant money. When I announced... Yeah, but he's still... he must have been replaced by a wax or something. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. He was so proud. I pulled all the levers and turned over dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything more. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by this, act. Yes, please, go ahead. I'm very sorry. Ah, maybe next time you can make your machine. Alright, but it's a nice thing we don't have a summation examination again. It's nice that we don't have a summation examination again. In the sense that, what's it called? How to say? We don't have a summation examination that's like, oh, he's guilty right away. Like, it's nice that this case has them, like, not do it right away into the proceedings. Suspend for a day now. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord. The court has newly made aware of another party whose involvement in matters critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather info about the man, if possible. I see him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing, and one thing alone from you. Evidence. The defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. One sec. Give me a second. Hold on. Alright. One sec. Give me a sec. Just checking something. Cool. I understand. Good. In that case, the court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Alright. I guess there's another investigation moment here. We'll do a bit of it, and then we'll leave it for next stream. Tomorrow. So it should be good. Should be fine. We'll leave it for tomorrow. We'll do some of the investigation portion again, and then we'll leave it for tomorrow. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Drebber was up to, I mean? About what he was really up constructing? Naturally, that machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, suddenly the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as possible before the trial can resume. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. Okay, the wax must be with the thing. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I want to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Runo. Thanks, Iris. So it'll be a surprise. Well, did it work? I was surprised though, right? Especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we should stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future. Sushi's train was late into Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard, so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh? Having you at my side in court gives me strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course, so what's brought you back? Did Mikotaba not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my special blends for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait. Alright, I guess because, like, what's it called? Susato's gonna come back here anyway for the forensic stuff. Or, like, Mikotaba will come over eventually. So we'll see how this goes. Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time. But despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Okay, so maybe return meant Susato all along. But we'll see. Unless it turns out it is Kazuma. Kazuma? I'm saying it right. Kazuma, yeah. Alright. We'll do some of the next portion so we have a bit of time taken away just in case it's long. So let's do a bit of the next portion for like 30 minutes or so. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know you might return, so I wanted everything... When you might return, so I want everything to be as you left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yeah, Mikotaba. I mean, it was half a year ago, and that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I mean, don't we know it's a lie? I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. Because of a very grand conference called... Oh, okay. Yeah, I was right then, but she came early. She came early then. International Forensic Science Symposium. That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh, about the thing. Everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Oops. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. Kazuma. Huh? What, he's not dead? There's no body. There's no body in the grave, is there? There's no body. There's no body inside. Alright. Back in Britain. When I was first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never been allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh yes, for the murder of Giselle Brett. Ooh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes, since women are forbidden in the courtroom. I had no choice. Wow, amazing. I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache as well, baby. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact you're just 10 years old, Iris. Ha! There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Susato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotaba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Natsume's lodgings. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem. Baskerville, I guess. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be, Ken? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refused to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers myself. And I decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie. That's a very meaningful look Susato's giving Iris there. Yeah, tell us the truth. Give us the spicy deets. Forensic Science Symposium. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that. Symposium 2. One sec. I put the volume a bit too loud now. There we go. I think he said the investigative authorities from 40 different countries will attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. Okay. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Mikotabo is the leading forensic expert, whatever, in the country after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, do you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Shishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Naruto. Last year in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. Yeah, him. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Ah, yes, I try to think of that as positive a turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. Yeah, him. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway. His father was invited to a symposium. He agreed to return to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him. In the end, he agreed to me going on ahead. That's nice. Yeah, about the symposium, although Lord Strong has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen, it's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes, as I understand it. Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get a job of Attorney General. Oh. The most senior position in Great Britain, in British justice system. Uses power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Okay, yeah, Strongheart could be like not so. He could be like going off the deep end potentially. Does Mikotaba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Strongheart gave me a long speech all about the subject during the day yesterday. I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. How trying for you. Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yeah, Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's the name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems this is a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government intelligence service have been investigating Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Oh no, my tongue is getting tied. I'm getting tongue-tied. Yeah. It turns out Giselle didn't exist. Okay, so that's not her real name. Didn't exist, but how can that be? Hydrate. Yeah, I got water. It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin, and she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. Shin. Was that one of the names in the Morse code? A front. Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. And her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain from her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's not easy to us to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could that woman be up to? I'm afraid that we don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't understand. A-Shin. Yeah, A-Shin. Yeah, A-Shin was one of the names in the Morse code. And now she's been killed. All while the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A-Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before? It's the Morse code, yeah. Okay, Kazuma, what's up? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting... Oh, right, that thing. In that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know about the guy never made it to England. Why he died on that steamship. And that he'll never... Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. Oh, you went to him? But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what'd you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladed at the port of Hong Kong and passed into care of the consulate office there. Consulate staff there. Should have been. Well, it turns out his body never arrived. It just disappeared. He's alive. It's clear now. It's clear that he is the masked man. What? Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs of our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotaba know about this? Damn, he's hiding shit. It would seem he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? I swear, if we have Kazuma as the prosecutor for like the end game against us, let's go. We'll see. And Kazuma mystery. Deus Ex Kazuma. Ha! Ha! Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the Burya were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Yeah. Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. What about yourself? Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. I know, he was reanimated as a corpse. My guy was like a zombie. When Kazuma-san was discovered, Sholmes was there, wasn't he? Unless Sholmes is hiding it from us. He definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. You're right. He's got Mara. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Sholmes had lied to us. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yeah. Maybe, oh, because Kazuma would be assassinated at some point. Someone was out to kill him. Someone was out to kill him. So maybe, like, fake his death somehow so that Kazuma doesn't get killed off for real this time. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Osato, I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Osato we're talking about, after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. He's alive, fam. Let's go visit Van Zeeks for no reason. I guess we present you something. Oh, no, what do you want? No, what do you want? Unless Iris is here. Oh, there you are. Must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of Father's own notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. Gonna be like the final case in Ace Attorney 1. We'll see how things go. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on. So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. For some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Come on, give us the deets, Susie. Oh, that's so exciting, The Hound of Baskervilles. I would love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you come to know it. Yes, but I made you promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh. I'm only sorry I kept it from you for so long, Iris. Hound the Baskervilles. It was completely by accident I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that's written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and... Chisato, what are you doing? Oh, Father, did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? Alright, there's some big secrets being kept. But what was Iris Manuscripts doing there in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it wasn't unpublished account of one of Sholmes' exploit. I mean, are we gonna talk about Wilson now? Wilson? Come on, Wilson next? When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain. He refused to answer any of my questions. No sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. Maybe... But wait, but we have the Hound of Baskerville's story in London. So either it's a copy, or like Sholmes went to Japan to get the thing from Japan, to get the Baskerville story from Japan, maybe. That's why Sholmes was on the Buria in the first place. No doubt Father was a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Naruhodo, I'm ready to begin investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Susato. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect the extraordinary trick. A conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the field of science and magic. Then, we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective. We're supposed to guess who she might be thinking of. We don't have much time, so we need to get started right away. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know how you get on, won't you? We're gonna do with herbs. I guess we can't have two assistants, huh? Unfortunately. Oh no, we did sometimes, I guess. Maybe. Did we do it? No, in this game. That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. A shame. We still have 2 cases left, so there's still more to... There's still more. Not 2 left, but like... At least 2 more cases. Alright, Sholmes is sweet. Nothing to see here. Yeah, Iris went to the herb market. If I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. To think that every single one of the great adventures of Sherlock Sholmes blossomed from this very machine. It's such a dreamy thought. I actually had a go in it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow and made Iris angry. Naruhodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. That made Chisato angry as well. Yeah, Sholmes is out as well. Lord Chief Justice, prison, experimentation stage. We can't go to visit There's no business. There's no reason to come here. I guess no reason to come to Lord Van Zeek's, huh? All right. I guess let's check out. I don't know why we're going to Strongheart, but just say hello to him. Oh, okay. Are you the person? Enoch, Trevor. Oh, who's that standing beside Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before. Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh? You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politics are scrambling to respond. Lord Van Zeek is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. A special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic science team will move in and deal with any scrap metal in no time. Scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Oh, you're the forensic team, probably. Yes, thank you. You look cool. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Syfe. Oh! Okay, cool. I was wondering, because we did see her name. We saw her name in the report. So I was wondering, would we see that at some point? Okay, cool. Right away. She's leading the forensic investigation team, handling this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics lab. Ah, right. Now, what are we here to see me about? I give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. It's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Anything to talk about? Forensic team. What exactly is the forensic team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created forensic investigation team a year ago, now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their trial to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the hells of fire. Wrong way round. Alright. Burning the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force in the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially established the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotaba. Oh, yes, my lord? Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of the next month. Are you acquainted, Long Strongheart? With Mikotaba, I mean? It was many years ago now, but yes, I do remember Dr. Mikotaba very well. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It was the year I was born, so yeah, 16 years ago in fact. Wait, what? He came over... Oh, I guess he just left you in Japan. Mikotaba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku Company is a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you are. Mikotaba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. Dr. Sinners, Saint Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there as it happens. Then, Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. There are no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Mikotaba was here studying the subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? It was rather a turbulent time at home. Oh, perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. Ha! What do you mean, why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Lord Van Zeeks then. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks actually. I heard his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who was targeting nobles and royalty, is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yeah. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zeeks, was murdered, it was just after young Baron had graduated from university and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumours quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Baron Von Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word. So, Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper? Is the ghost of his brother? Ever since the time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. Well, Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like to permission to examine the remains, if you possible. Are you well versed in science then? Not in the slightest. You could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. But a special preventing investigation is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Scythe's team of forensics will begin their own investigation. I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse us now. please. I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Alright, we'll do one more area before we call it here. Next stage and the forensics lab. Let's do in order. Let's do the prison next then. Let's wrap it up today with this. Oh, he's gone nutso now in here. What's he doing? He's... Oh my, the whole wall is covered in mathematical equations. He's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotaba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's Jishio assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. No, this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm so sorry my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology, too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court. Oh no. The whole miserable affair all happened because I've been a complete and utter clot. Professor, Hairbrain? What have you been doing in your cell? Working in your cell? Oh, haha, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually, this is my autobiography. Your autobiography? How I Was Diddled and Fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. I find I can represent my odd fortunes with any odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth, an odd upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Asmund and by that aloof engineer Drebber. We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Alright. Morning trial. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asmund, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry if it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. Nah, it depends. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Baroque did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Baroque wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I'd say so, like, because you're his friend. I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. Van Ziek's motive. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not even lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Baroque, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Ah, exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Baroque insisted I was a proper man of science from start to finish. Ah. You think? That's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the whole kind-hearted soul idea? Mr. Asmund, then. Do you think he set out to trick me from this very start? I'm sorry to say that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so infused, he was so empathetic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially set directly for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it, it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate field deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal, but none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Fair. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try and earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool, is too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find the responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asmund is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. And Drebber. If he's an engineer or a magician or a swindler. It was about a year ago and Asmund first brought Drebber to meet me at my lab. Since then I've met him many times to discuss details of the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist? Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of scientific knowledge. There's no question the man's a genuine scientist. It's certainly apparent in conversation. I see. The wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give to his whereabouts? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once. I did visit his workshop. What workshop? Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine. Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's a high chance we could find a man there. Drebber's workshop. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance we can find Drebber there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded, a bit sus, and encouraged the entire way there. He blindfolded you? Not taking chances then. The place was incredible, a pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Mrs. Arto? It'll do machine for your next birthday? I never use any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruto. I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card from Drebber, for example? The man was clearly a very cautious man, Sato. So he went, aha! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Look. What? Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Only shows the man's name. There's no... yeah. I guess we come back here to question you at some point. Oh, what's this? This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's a machine oil. Possibly. Hairbrain mentioned something about oil Drebber uses, doesn't he? It's especially imported very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. That's right, but more importantly, it's more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have a scent at all. Don't worry, I expect this is because it's such a tiny amount here. There's a smear of machine oil in the back. Alright. Enoch Drebber, engineer. Alright, we'll continue this tomorrow. I don't know if I'll stream, like, what's it called? Early tomorrow, like a bit earlier, just in case it's gonna be like 7 hours long. I don't know how long this will be. But yeah, Enoch. Ha. But yeah, I don't know how long we have left of this case. Like, I'm looking at like just the estimated times because like, not estimated, but like if you play on autoplay, like story mode play, that the game just plays automatically. And it's like, this case is apparently 8 hours long, but like we're 6 hours in. Let's see, because apparently the investigation and the trial plus the trial would be about 3.5 hours, but we took 6 hours, and investigation will take, well, plus it will take a long time, the rest of it. So yeah. Ha. But yeah, I might stream early tomorrow, we'll see, just so that I'm not feeling rushed. But we'll see. I'll set up the waiting room anyway. But yeah, catch you later then. Bye bye for now. Look forward to next time. Bye bye.